No, I'm all right. All right, everybody. It is 3:30. It is June 7th, and we're here for Committee of the Whole. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We are missing one council member, but we think she may be on the way. We'll wait with much anticipation. All right, we're going to start out with approval of the minutes for Committee of the Whole, May 3rd, 2022. Any corrections, concerns?
I'll make a
Motions?
motion.
Amazing.
I will move to approve the minutes of the Committee of the Whole for May 3rd, 2022.
Is there a second?
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, I think I heard everybody. Okay, discussion items. We're starting out with a report from the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Salt Lake with Amanda. Hi, Amanda. Welcome. Come on up.
Hi, thank you so much for the time. I appreciate you guys inviting me to come back today so that we could have a little more conversation and time discussion involving our partnership with Murray City and the Murray Boys and Girls Clubs. So I appreciate your time and your attention. I believe Jennifer's already distributed copies of the financials. They are, from what I was here last month, they are fairly similar. The first page I just wanted to point out is what I presented last time. The operating budget, which includes everybody who is housed at that Murray location, all their salaries, wages, the transportation and vehicles and things that are specific to that location. And one additional change or clarification is I added in on our revenue and a little asterisk because you can see that we have program fees. Those are fees that we collect from our parents, partly from child tuition for our daycare programs that's licensed through the state. Because we are a licensed accredited daycare, we also qualify for families who receive subsidies from the state so that they can use their assistance at our location. And so I dropped down of those fees, $103,000 come from the state subsidies of that. So that's the one addition different from what you saw last time. The second page is additional fees in our operating budget that cover our administrative support that goes allocated to the club services at the Murray location. Obviously, we're a large nonprofit. We have 7 locations, 5 in Salt Lake County and 2 outside of Salt Lake County. And our administration offices are just through the parking lot. And we house several positions in that department, in that location, that provide services to our clubs across the board, and we allocate based off of need and time that they serve in those clubs for each site. So this breaks out the administrative costs that are essentially overhead costs, but that what we allocate to the Murray location, where they're receiving direct support and services from our administrative team. That includes our STEM director, who does specialized curriculum in STEM, hands-on engagement. That includes our club services, our operations, who's over safety, and our fleet and building maintenance and all of those things. So total, if you add those two together, what it costs to operate that building in a year is about $2.5 million. And then the third page is also one of the pages that I shared with you last time, which is how we spent in the fiscal year 21-22, which is just ending in this month of June, the $100,000 that Murray City contributed to our Murray location. All of those funds were directly applied to the revenue and to the expenses at the Murray location to serve Murray kids. And so you can see how we broke that out on the allocation versus staff and salaries, program supplies, our vehicle expenses, and things like that. I did want to provide for you some additional information that may help give some context about the support and services that we offer at the Murray Boys and Girls Club.
Amanda?
Yes.
Getting back to the personnel, how many staff do you have? How many?
That's great. So if you recall, right now, we just are bumping up for summer. Let me get that number. So I gave this document that looked to you last time. I didn't include it this time, but there's some information. I was like, I think the staff's on there. I want to say, maybe I lied. It's not on here. It was in one of the drafts. We have about 30 positions at Murray, and I'm sorry, I should have had that number right off the top of my head. Several are full-time Our licensed childcare programs have full-time lead teachers, program director, childcare director, assistant childcare director, as well as a full-time driver. That's a CDL that drives one of our larger buses. And our club director and the juniors, which is our elementary age group, program director and teen director are all full-time. And then the rest are made up of part-time youth development professionals. And we boost that up to about 10 additional staff in the summertime right now. So we're getting ready for all-day summer camp for all of those age groups. So we acquired different additional staff during the summer.
And this graphic here says 28 caring adult staff.
There we go.
So it
So
is on
20.
there.
I was like, I thought it was.
You got it.
Thank you. And I was close. 30. Yes, 28.
the-
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I was looking.
So 28 staff, and then we increased that number in the summer for summertime programs, adding about 10 additional seasonal employees as well.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And looking at these numbers again, one of the things that always gets asked, especially in the nonprofit world, is I know that there was discussion of like how much dollars get to the programs and that sort of thing. But administratively, so I think per your financials, the total salaries and wages is 2.7 million. Or, sorry, 2.9 million. It looks like. Is there a big disparity between the executive director over the whole thing and all the way down to the front line?
No, most of our staff are direct program support staff. So most of our it's very few of us who are administrative only.
Okay.
Some of that portion is what's in that administrative cost, where we have like our accountant, our VP of finance, some of those things. The majority of our staff are those direct support program staff who are delivering programs and services directly to youth.
And do you have a breakdown just so we'd know of how much is just administrative people only from a salary perspective? I may know you may not have that today,
Don't have
but
that,
just
I
in
can
the
tell you.
future, because I'd be curious because the United Way got a bad rap for
Yeah,
their executive
absolutely.
director that was pulling in a huge salary. And so just want to make sure we think that we
Yeah.
know all that
I
stuff.
can guarantee you, I'm not in that category.
Right.
We're watching the compensation reports right now, and I fall within the mid to below the mid level of what's annual for salaries across the Utah nonprofits.
Okay.
And all of that information was shared on our 990 is of course, that's the fiscal year that ended last June. So we haven't had audited financial statements for this current fiscal year because we still have a few more, 23 more days of this fiscal year. And that information is made public. And
But it is in
available.
this report?
Correct, of what the CEO salary is on there.
Okay.
It's towards the back when
Okay.
it lists the directors. Our board of directors obviously are not paid.
Right.
And then the CEO
As
salary
they
is
shouldn't
on
be.
there.
It's just a great thing
Correct.
to be on a board like that.
Yep,
So.
absolutely, absolutely. Great questions, and I
Thank
can
you.
certainly find out the percentage of other administrative support for you, and would welcome a in-person meeting one-on-one where we can go more in detail. So I can follow up with you on that. But yeah, some of the other information and questions that I believe you guys had was about the number of youth served. Obviously, we have close to 600 youth that came through our programs in that last calendar year. And again, we're increasing that number for summer. We're looking at expanding our enrollment to pre-COVID level numbers. That number is a little low from us traditionally, but COVID did hit us hard as most of the time we were operating at reduced capacity and smaller numbers of groups trying to maintain social distancing and really maintaining a 1-to-20 ratio of our staff. Our whole intent and purpose of expanding that building in 2019 was to accommodate our traditional waiting list of about 100 families in that elementary age group. And so we are looking forward to be able to get to pre-COVID numbers. We're on track to do that right now with our current enrollment for summer. It's looking at pacing at about a 2019 rate, and anticipate a greater increase in our school year enrollment as well. And so we are right now at a current waiting list of 67 kids on staff or on our waiting list for summer programs. And that's primarily due to staffing. We have the physical space and capacity. We need additional support for our staffing to be able to, again, maintain those safe ratios and get kids in the door. I think it's important to note that what we saw happen over COVID is our demographics did shift a little bit. And so again, on that same page that had some of those demographics of who the kids we're serving, we saw a greater increase in the number of kids from families who qualify as low income families. We saw an increase of youth of color, and we saw an increase of number of kids coming from single parent households. So the need is greater. The need has never been greater than it ever was. Even before COVID, it is still great, that demand for services. We charge for the elementary age all the way up to teenage, 18 years old. It costs a member $20 for the school year, $20 for the summer.
Which is ridiculously awesome. I mean,
Thank
unheard
you.
of in childcare.
Right? People are like, you mean $20 a day, right?
Right.
And we're like, no, it's $20 a school year. It's $20 for the summer. And we never want our fees to be a barrier for entrance. And so oftentimes we're finding ways to make it so that the kids can work the fees by doing service around the clubs. It's important that kids have a sense of belonging. And so a membership fee is important and part of our mission, because when they have buy-in, there's expectations for membership as well as benefits for membership. So that sense of belonging is really important. And for them to have that ownership of knowing that they earned their membership card is really important in giving them that sense of belonging. But we don't want it to be a barrier for entry. We also have that licensed childcare, which is where the bulk of our program fees come, because it is a tuition weekly based, but even still significantly reduced fees from what other private childcare. It's traditionally between $65 to $110 a week for those age groups of pre-K, so 3.5 years old, all the way up to 6 years old. We know that a number of kids and families are coming to this location specifically because it is affordable and accessible to them. We do have transportation from every school in Murray School District, and we recently have increased our partnership with Murray School District for their summer acceleration programs. We held 30 spots specifically for Murray Schools students that Murray School identified as the greatest need for academic remediation during the summertime to get them back on track to graduate or on grade level. We held those 30 spots. They start their school summer school program. It just started. First day was Monday. They start their school day at their school with their teachers doing their academic acceleration and credit recovery to get back on track. The school district puts them on a bus and brings them over to our Murray Club. They get snack and lunch, and they get their social emotional learning, enrichment, field trip opportunities, and family engagement, and finish their day at our club, which allows those families to have all day summer care for their kids, which I think is really significant. What we find is that we support more than just kids. We support families. Our clubs allow working families and the working class to continue working. And many of our kids are coming here specifically because their families are employed at Murray, in Murray, at IHC, at other areas around, and they're coming here, and their kids are going to Murray schools, and their kids and their families are working here. My kid actually is one of those. I technically live just across the line in Midvale. Don't hold it against me. But I work in Murray. My kid comes to the Murray School, McMillan Elementary, and he comes to the Murray Boys and Girls Clubs. And there are many. I am a single mom. I couldn't do it without the Boys and Girls Club. My kid gets picked up, taken to school, comes home. I pick him up he comes to the club. I pick him up from the club, and we go home and we enjoy our time together because he's already had snack. He's already run around. He's already had extra time with his homework and getting caught up, and we can just enjoy our quality time together as a family, and that means the world to us. And I've heard many other single parents express that same level of appreciation for our services, that we are providing support for the entire family. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a few. Where are the other locations of the boys clubs?
Sure. So we have 5 in Salt Lake County. So Murray is our largest.
All right.
We have one in Sugar House, which also started the same year as Murray. So we've been in those 2 communities for 50 years. Then we have 2 in downtown Salt Lake in the Fair Park, Rose Park neighborhood and Glendale, Poplar Grove neighborhood. We also have Midvale. And then we have a club in Tooele that we've been operating in Tooele County for 20 years. And we acquired the one in Carbon County Price in 2017 and brought them under our management as well. So we have 7 locations.
Okay, so Murray School District is looking at all-day kindergarten.
Yes.
And so is this going to are you going to see a decrease because these little ones are now going to be in the school all day?
Yep.
If they wanted that option. Yep. Will you see a decrease at your Boys and Girls Club?
We see a little bit of that in our Sugar House where Salt Lake has some all-day programs as well, where it's the pre-K then is the opportunity that before they're in kindergarten. The pre-K programs are really hard to get into that are in schools. There's long waiting lists. So we grow our pre-K, that 3 and 4-year-old age group, and get them ready for kindergarten. But we still open at 6:30 in the morning. And so parents who have to be to work before school starts, they can drop the kids off. They get their breakfast at the club, and then we take them to kindergarten or first grade or second grade, and then pick them up after. So there's the before and after school program that is available. It might be a slightly reduced tuition, which is a different weekly rate than the half-day kindergarten, which is a little bit higher. So we might see a little dip in program fees.
And I haven't looked through this
Mhm.
completely. I was just given it.
It's pretty big.
today.
I mean,
I was just curious. Do you receive any more funding from any other cities like West Valley, Magna,
absolutely.
for the other Boys and Girls Clubs that are in the surrounding area? Do
Mhm.
you receive anything from them at all?
Yeah, absolutely. Our biggest municipality for support is Midvale, where they're giving us about $70,000 a year. Plus, they were able to help us acquire and purchase the building, which was probably at the time over $1 million. And then we lease it back from them. And then once that's paid off, we'll own that. And so that's a huge partnership. So we are a dedicated line item in Midvale. Tooele, we've been traditionally around the $40,000 mark for the funds in there. I know Sandy City has a similar after-school program that is not ours, one of our in our 501c3, but it's very similar program model, and they get over $100,000 from Sandy City for about 90 kids a day. And so there is precedence for that. We haven't got direct funding from Salt Lake City or Salt Lake County, but we do have big partnerships with them through the health department, DWS, TANF, and other public funding sources for prevention education programs. Some of our largest funding sources come from Salt Lake County. In those would be competitive grants that were awarded for prevention education. So there's support for that. Carbon County is also supporting us at around the $10,000 mark, as well as being, they were crucial in advocating for state appropriation of $270,000 direct from the state legislature so that we were able to purchase the building that we've been leasing there. Tooele is doing a similar project where they're trying to get the city, multiple cities together and with the county to help us raise about $600,000 to purchase a building there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Any other questions?
I was just curious really quick because I know we're out of time. Have you had any issues with staffing, with maintaining staff, with hiring people? I mean, you know.
Of course, everyone's understaffed. The entire world is understaffed right now. But we've taken some really aggressive measures to attract and retain staff, including raising all of our starting wages as of January to $15 an hour, which before COVID, they were around 10 or 11 for those part-time paid youth development professionals.
Good for
We're
you.
also looking at for going forward in this next budget year for 22-23, which will start July 1, just at Murray location alone, with cost of living as well as those hourly increases, an additional investment of $200,000 in salaries and wages for those program staff, not administrative. I just double checked on that one before. That was direct program staff for $200,000 investment in their salaries and wages to make sure that we're retaining the highest quality program youth staff that we can get. Right? Those are the ones who are impacting and delivering our mission and making the relationships with stories like Carissa, who I mentioned yesterday. She credits that directly to her teen club director. Her success is because of the relationships that she built with those people who are in that building. So they're our most valuable resource for sure. So we also are doing organizationally wide for next year about $250,000 in bonuses, retention bonuses, and performance-based bonuses on top of those salary increases as well.
Great. Sounds like our money is being spent very wisely, and
Absolutely.
I appreciate that.
Absolutely. We so appreciate your support. Thank you.
I just wanted to jump in at the end because I'm a super fan. My
Thanks.
youngest went to the South Salt Lake location. My office at the time was over there, and Miss Monica was the best. And so we had an incredible experience. And we truly hesitated when we moved back to Murray because of the lack of after-school programming in our district. When I ran for office, people said, "Why don't you run for school board? Children are your specialty." And I said, "Children are residents." So that's why I think it's so important that we are supporting a place for children to be that's safe, to hopefully make the chief's job easier, because we know when children are in safe after school environments, that is great for public safety. So thank you for all of this amazing information and the work that you do.
Thank you.
Thank
we
you.
appreciate that. Monica's still with us over at that location.
I
too,
had her
so
at a
she's
new
awesome.
director training the other day, so
Oh,
it was
good.
really
Good.
love Miss
Excellent.
Monica.
Thank
Thank you. But really, guys, she's amazing. You watch her in a room of 4-year-olds, and you're like, oh my gosh, amazing. All right, next up is the report from the Murray Area Chamber of Commerce, and we have Matt.
Hey guys, thanks for having me over today. I got an email with a list of questions, so I guess I'll go through those first, and then at the end, if you guys have some questions, that'd be awesome.
First of all, Matt, what a nice blue shirt.
Thanks. I wore that
Because
because of you,
Mr. Red
Brett.
all the time, but the blue, I've never hardly, that blue looks good on him.
It's a Dodger baseball game today. Come on, man. One of the first questions was, how do we invest the money that we receive from the city? We do that through member engagement and increasing their visibility. We do that in the development of business building education for all the Murray businesses that are part of the chamber. We do that to increase new member growth and community support. What percentage of the funding comes from the city? It's about 20% currently. That will adjust as we increase our membership. Our other sources of income are through new memberships, annual membership renewals, monthly membership renewals, our lunch and learn events, the annual golf tournament, women in business events. We have partner affiliate programs and the referral community. Let's see. The next question was, what community do we serve? And can I tell you what percentage of that community are Murray residents? We serve Murray and the surrounding area. About 80% of our members are Murray-based businesses. In addition to serving the businesses in the area, we also are a resource for the residents and the community in a bunch of different ways. Things like Meet the Candidate Night. We do some community affairs, government relations, and some fun stuff where we serve a lot of the community, a lot of elderly. I get hundreds of phone calls, it seems like, for different things. So we're actually a resource for the community in some different types of manners like that. And something that's cool about our chamber is that I believe we're the very first, but we're one of the only chambers in the country that have a youth chamber. In fact, the other youth chambers, they're modeled after our chamber. So that's pretty cool. Currently, our team is very innovative. The business education and development we provide is second to none. We're starting to hear conversations from other parts of the valley, different chambers, things like that. We are in the process of rolling out a brand new business development and education portal that will be provided to any Murray business. That portal will include training that is designed to help enhance their customer service, help them grow and retain their staff, and increase their profits. We know that this is second to none. And the reason we know that is because we are being approached by other types of chambers and business coalitions. Some of them are like the Park City Chamber of Commerce and Visitor Center, Visit Salt Lake. We're also part of the Wasatch Business Series, which includes South Salt Lake Chamber, Cottonwood Heights, Mill Creek, the LGBTQ Chamber, Black Chamber of Commerce, Sugar House Chamber of Commerce, and the Utah Business Coalition. So collectively, we work together to enhance businesses in the community. Any questions? Awesome. Gary asked me a question earlier of why would we do an event in Sandy? Couple things. That's one of our members, and they provided us a room to do that. We also do the referral community in Park City every week. And the reason for that is now currently Park City is actually promoting this event to all of their members. A little background on the Park City Chamber, they're huge. They get a percentage of tax money from the visitor center. And so they have a pretty big following. And the reason they're helping promote us and want us up there is because of what we're doing to enhance businesses. And why we wanted to go up there is because the business is in Murray. We want to connect with people in Park City. We want to be their client, or we want them to be our clients. So the reason we would do stuff in other areas is to attract business owners to the chamber, to Murray. I hope that clarified that, Gary. Yes, ma'am.
What is the referral community that you refer to? What does that mean?
So the referral community, think of it like a hybrid of a networking event combined with a mastermind event. And there's some education. There's an education piece part of it. Each month we rotate a curriculum, 6 different pillars of business that anybody that attends can take what we're teaching today and implement into their business to design. It's designed to help them put more money in their pocket, get more clients, bottom line. So if you're familiar with things like maybe a Trustegrity or BNI or some other networking events and how they function, where this is extremely different is because we're more focused on the mastermind piece and educating people to grow their business and make money in addition to meeting new people.
Okay, so when you say the referral community, that means those that participate with, I'm kind of confused with the chamber. I mean,
Yeah,
does that,
anyone is welcome to come to the referral
okay,
community.
that's what I'm wondering.
It's also a lead generation source for members of the chamber. Anybody can visit 3 times. After that, they need to be a member of the chamber.
Okay,
So it's a benefit to being part of the chamber.
okay.
Did that help?
It did.
Okay.
Thank you.
And are you all paid, the administration of the chamber?
There's one paid employee,
Okay.
and fortunately, we have some incredible volunteers that are either on the board or ambassadors, and they run committees and head that kind of stuff up. And as everybody knows here, COVID was brutal for most people, and without the incredible people that are invested in the success of the Murray Chamber, it wouldn't have happened because of COVID. So, anything
Yeah, I think
else?
it's a really good thing for Murray. So, however we can support, we really do appreciate it. I think it's
we
great.
totally appreciate your guys' support. Hopefully, we're communicating well with everybody. So we could see you guys get your picture taken with the duck at Quick Quack last week.
I missed it, darn.
Oh, free car washes, by the way, the next
Yeah.
5 days if you guys want your car washed.
How long has Murray Chamber been here? Do you have?
So that's a great question. And
I
I meant to pull this out. I was trying to figure that out just for some branding purposes.
Yeah.
But it was the first business license was in 1948. And when we were moving stuff, I actually found it. And I think I want to say it was like January 1st.
That should go in.
It's
the
pretty
museum.
cool. It's really cool. So
That's
Where is your office?
just right down the street next to the haunted house
Oh,
and
okay,
across the
it's
street
still
from the
there.
cemetery in Jen Keuchel's,
Got it.
one of her buildings.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was still there or not. So
We're there.
good to know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. 1948.
Wow.
On the website.
I think it's the
Internet's
first. I think it's
amazing.
January 1st was the
Wow.
actual day because I was trying to find it. So it was cool to find that. Anyway. Anything else, boss?
All right. I think we're good. Thank you so much for sharing all that information.
Thanks for having us. Appreciate you guys.
All right. Chief, you are up next. Report on the police department.
All right, Kristen put together a few pictures, just, something to look at besides me. Help us
Thank
follow
you.
along a little, some of us still need picture books. Those were my favorite days of school. Thought I would just start and kind of give just a little bit of an overview of the police department for especially the couple of new council members, just kind of how we're set up and organized. So got our organizational chart here. Can you see that? Right. we're divided. We've got our department divided up into two bureaus. One is our operations, one is administration. Each of those have a deputy chief that oversees them. So there's two deputy chiefs. Our operations bureau is essentially our uniform services. So there are two lieutenants that work in there. One oversees the day shift operations, so all of the patrol officers that work on day shift and their supervisors, as well as our community policing, community services, where we have training, our community officers, our school resource officers, the court officers, code enforcement. So that's kind of what falls under that area. Another lieutenant oversees the night operations, where there's quite a few officers and sergeants, so the afternoon and graveyard shifts. Administration kind of takes in just about everything else, our investigations and our crime lab and services on that end. So we have a lieutenant that oversees our detective division, where our officers work investigating the property crimes, which is probably one of our biggest issues and concerns here in Murray. And the other ones do property crimes and special victims crimes. And then our special investigations, they're the ones that will do our narcotics or our vice or anything specific like that. So that's just kind of an overview of the department. If anybody has any questions.
So we do have a
jump in.
SWAT.
We do have a SWAT team, yes.
How big is our SWAT team? And do they act as officers when they're not needed
We
for
do
SWAT?
not have full-time SWAT.
Okay.
No, that's something
Okay.
that's very rare in this valley.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Some of the bigger
Interesting.
cities,
Yeah.
even though they have SWAT, but they do other things.
Right.
No, our SWAT team, I think we have about 20.
So people that would be trained to be able to handle
They're
that.
all
and
they have to go through the training, and they do bi-monthly training, and yeah, they're detectives, they're patrol officers. They
And then
have other
internal
jobs.
affairs, I notice it reports directly to you.
Yes.
Is that like if there's disciplinary actions for an officer, something like that?
Yes.
Do we ever get reports on that sort of thing? Like, is there oversight over? I'm not saying that you're not doing things correctly, but is there an oversight in addition to just you going through the internal affairs?
Ultimately, there hasn't been a request. Those are the complaints that might come from citizens or something that we might be looking at ourselves, and those investigations are looked at. They're interviewed. They're run through the city attorney's office.
Okay.
Before any discipline is ever
Right.
ever taken.
So it's all done in conjunction with Gio's office then?
Yes.
Yeah, because that'd just be my question, because that's going to be the area that we're going to get the most press in this whole
Right.
thing about, is that one area. And so just want to make sure that there isn't something necessary that we should be doing, as we are the closest to the citizens from that perspective and responsible to them. So
No, and anytime there's an issue that results in discipline, whether it's formal in writing or somebody's getting some type of a formal discipline up to including termination,
Mhm.
the city attorney's office is involved, HR is involved, and
When was
some
the
degree
last time
there.
you terminated an officer due through disciplinary? I mean, does it happen annually?
no, it's very
Okay.
rare.
Okay.
In fact, I mean, to say it's rare, it could happen occasionally.
Right.
And oftentimes they, working with their counsel, they'll resign, but it's essentially the same type of thing, but it doesn't happen often.
Because they're represented by there's a union,
Yes.
right? Okay.
So
Okay.
they usually have if it's to that point, they show up with their attorney and we work through it. And,
Okay.
but this say annual, no.
Okay.
It's kind of rare.
Craig,
Yes.
our officers are not part of a union though, right?
Yes.
Oh, they
Some
are?
of them are. They have that option. I mean, it's not a union like Salt Lake City where it's
Right.
collective bargaining, but
Okay.
they have the opportunity there be members of it's called the Fraternal Order of Police, the FOP, and they get certain benefits from that. They pay, They have
Okay.
to pay to join, and then with that, they get representation by attorneys or through their attorneys, and there's other things that they get through that. It's not anything we sponsor, but that's their option if they choose to join that.
They don't have to be a part of that then?
No.
Okay.
And I wouldn't even know how many are, because that's just not
It's up to
anything
them.
that doesn't involve us, and it's not a question that I'm asking as to whether they're a member of the union or they're not. And I think many of them are, just because they get some protection and some benefits. There's certain things that happen, if they're involved in a critical incident, they need to have an attorney that
support.
is giving them some kind of direction and counsel as they're being investigated. So, yeah.
Great.
But no, not any
Thank
type of
you. I
union where they
didn't know
come in
that.
and pardon me?
I said, thank you. I wasn't aware of that. That's good
That's
to know.
something that has been, over the years, there's always been a few, but it's kind of grown here in the Salt Lake Valley considerably. And so there's probably more officers on the department that are members than are not.
Great. Thanks.
And with that, talking about whether we've had to terminate, we haven't really. Going to have the next slide about our staffing. This is just going back 2 years. So kind of the COVID and the social unrest has caused a real structural change and a lot of changes in law enforcement, not just in Murray, but around the country. But as you can see, we've had just in the last 2 years, 10 retirements. That's probably more than we anticipated. And some of them you knew were going to go. Others felt it's a good time to move on and find something else to do. We've had 11 resignations. And of those, 3 of them went to Taylorsville when they started up their police department. Others just got out of law enforcement altogether. And maybe 1 or 2 of those were some that were encouraged to find other employment. But that probably would have been a couple of years ago. Currently, well, in that time, we've hired 16 new police officers. We currently have 3 in the academy. In fact, that's the picture of the 3 out at Post right now. One of them, the one on the right, Al, graduates next week, and so we'll have him out on the road. The other 2, it'll be towards the end of the summer. And we have 2 more that will start the academy in July. So, we've been hiring and putting them in the academy. That takes about 3.5 months for them to go through the academy. Then we get them, we put them in our field training program, which is about another 3.5 months. So from the time we hire them till the time they're actually a body on the road that we can say they're kind of doing us a little bit of good, because then it's going to take another year for them to really to get in there. We're a good 6-8 months, 9-10
What's the
months.
cost on that? Putting an officer through?
Well, it just costs us our the pay for the officers.
Okay.
We don't pay the state. That's
Right.
taxes.
Okay.
So it costs us salary for
Okay.
for a new officer.
So we're paying their salary to basically.
We're paying
go
their
get
salary.
that.
We've hired them. They are our employees, and we hadn't done that for quite a while. We'd been hiring people who'd put themselves through the Salt Lake Community College or somewhere else, and we would still do that if we get good candidates. Now we've opened it up and started putting people in the academy, because we're all the agencies in the valley, we're all fishing in the same pool for the same few fish. And so we're finding if we send them to the academy, we're getting a lot bigger applicant pool and some great people who haven't been there yet. Of this group, the one in the middle, he's been active duty in the Air Force and actually quit the Air National Guard to come work for us. The other 2 were both in corrections, one in Washington or Oregon, Portland, the other one here in Utah. The 2 that will start in July, one of them is currently active duty in the Air Force, and so he gets out of the Air Force in August, but with his time, he's able to come back and return to Utah in July, so he has his transition. So we've been getting some military people and a few others, and it's really worked out really well. We have a lot better choice. We get some really good employees. I think in the last 2 years we've hired some of the best that we could find. well, obviously, but they've been good officers. So it hasn't been it takes a little time, and you worry about it when you send them to the academy. But I think we've seen some really positives out of that. When we've had, like, of the ones we've hired, 3 of them have come from other agencies. One from Arizona Department of Public Safety, another one that just started less than a month ago, had worked for 7 years with Anchorage PD in Alaska, and another one from northern Utah. So we do occasionally get some people who are have some experience, but we're hiring a lot of new officers. So.
Do you have demographic breakdowns on your force? So gender, race, ethnicity, those sorts of things that show,
I mean, I don't have it here, but
right.
What we're, of these 16 new hires, probably a little over a quarter of them are not white males.
Okay.
So, I mean,
and for
females,
Utah, that's
and,
probably a decent.
I think you see out of
yeah.
out of
No,
this
that's
group,
that exactly what I was thinking.
You know, 2 of these 3 are not, and
Right. No,
we've
that's great.
hired. I know of 3 or 4 others that we've hired in the last year and a half that are as well or not, and one that will be starting in July also is not.
Yeah.
So
I just always speak to that because, as you see, our council is majority female, and so that's obviously the tide is shifting a bit. And I know that with some of the new areas that are being developed in Murray, the demographics are changing, and the discussion is always around being policed by people that represent you. And so,
and you're
just
right,
want to make
and,
sure that we think about that.
you know, I don't think that we go into this looking
Sure.
for specific people, but
You
we'll
don't
take-
have a quota of sorts that
no,
you're trying
but
to hit.
if we're finding great people,
Yeah.
and they're coming from all different ethnicities and everything else, so that's been a very positive for us. And,
Great.
and so I think we've seen a big change in that in the last couple of years.
And I guess one last thing on that, do you have any diverse people of diverse backgrounds in your upper level? So your lieutenants, your, deputy
Currently,
chiefs.
no. My assistant chief up and left me and went to SimGill. So
Okay.
I had lunch with him yesterday, and
There
I
you go.
reminded him again that I am still holding it against him.
Okay.
I'm just going to jump in a second to get on the record that we have all our council members, so we have that in there. Welcome, Rosalba. Hi.
Perfect. Thank you, Chief.
Just go to the next slide. Talks about our calls for service, and then we've talked about how over the last few years we've seen at one point a 20% jump in calls for service. Looking at this, you can see between 2020 and 2021, almost a 10%. So things are changing. You know, a lot of it is a lot more building and and a lot more people coming in and just a lot of calls. So significant cases. We've in the last 2 years we've had 5 homicides, which is a lot for us. Granted, 2 of those happened in 2 days about a year and a half ago. It was you know that word I'm trying to say. That's not something that we're used to. So Murray, for the most part, is we don't normally have those type of cases to that degree. We did change our record system just a little over a year ago. It was something that was mandated, and the entire valley, Salt Lake Valley, has now, we've all transitioned from whatever record system they were on to everybody's on the same one. Salt Lake City, Salt Lake County, and West Valley was the last one. So we're now all on Versiterm. We can access each other's information. There's a lot of give and take with that. With that, you know, our reports that we used to get to you have changed dramatically because we have different way of getting the information. It's not collected the same. So we're working through that, trying to make sure we get you the best reports that we can and that help you out. And I think you've seen we've kind of modified that as we go along, and as we find different ways of doing that, we're trying to be more specific for each of your council districts and hopefully information that is useful for you.
Yeah, I really appreciate that because initially it just wasn't helpful, but it's evolving. And
Right.
so I really do appreciate that. It's helpful for us.
Yeah, Kristen and her staff have been working very hard on that, and our crime analyst, Sid. So we knew when we changed, we couldn't use the same software. It wouldn't pull out the same kind of information, our charts and our reports. We've had to change everything we're doing. So it's, as we get more and more familiar with what we've got, we're able to adjust with those changes as well. So, but now everybody in the valley's on the same reporting system, and
It's crazy that it's just now happening. I mean,
well, and at one point, most of us even in the VEC agencies, you had 3 different report systems, and the CAD that VEC used. So,
I know.
yeah, whether those of us who were on Spillman are happy that we're now on Versaterm, there are those that are never going to be happy with the change, and others, they've been on that, and our newer officers, they don't know any different. So, it's a Chevy and a Ford argument, and we are where we are, doing what we need to be doing, and it seems to be working out. So, and that has changed. Hopefully it doesn't, change some of our statistics as we go along each year, because it collects, and we have to report things a little differently. What Spillman might have called a certain offense is now 2 or 3 different offenses in the Versaterm, but it's still kind of the same thing. A burglary is a burglary, whether we call it there's probably 4 different things that we could call that burglary, and they all still come out as burglaries. So this one just shows you kind of a map for the last 12 months up through April of kind of where we're seeing a lot of our calls for service.
The heat map.
The heat map, yep.
And the area, so that's the mall, then I assume the bluest?
That area where you're going to see the bluest, which is the highest, that is Fashion Place Mall. So there's a lot of
property stuff, I'm sure,
yes,
that's getting the main.
The vast majority of what we see is property. And at Fashion Place Mall, you've got vehicle issues, cars getting broken into, frauds, credit card issues, shoplifting.
And I'm assuming the area in my district is the extended stay.
Well,
that's that area over there, not specifically that facility,
that is
but
specifically
that area.
yes.
Yeah.
I'm
trying to pinpoint geographically where we're talking.
That one in the bottom right-hand corner of the southeast corner, that is a specific area. Okay. And yes, you're 100% correct. The one in the middle is more associated around the State Street area, kind of where we're at here. We have Costco, we have the hospital, we have the track station, we have some hotels, all of which generate some work for us. And then up on the north end is the track station and a lot of our high density, which, because everybody's in one spot, you're going to have more calls than you're going to have out in some of the residential areas where it can be spread out a little bit more. So that's kind of what we're looking at there.
Plus lots of people that come through.
Right. That's what I say. With the track stations, we tend to get some transient, and I'm not talking about homeless people. I'm just meaning people coming and going that maybe aren't always here. Just a couple other things I want to kind of touch on. I want to talk a little bit about our mental health unit. We started up a year ago as a participating agency with the Unified Police and their mental health unit. We have, I think, an officer and a half. That just means we have one officer that does it more often than the other, but work with this mental health unit and their crisis workers. They go out with them on occasion. A lot of what they do is follow up on some of the mental health issues that we have or people we have that we can go out and spend a little extra time with and try to get the resources and the help that they need to hopefully help them get a little better and not be a resource on us in the fire department. There's a couple of them that fire department knows them as well as we do because we were there. Kind of goes in, when they're off their medication because we're up at a certain complex with the same person, sometimes as many as 4, 5, 6 times a day. And there's only so much you can do. So, I mean, this has worked out really well. We're always looking at different ways and how we can make sure that we're getting the service for our the citizens when it comes to mental health. There's the mobile outreach crisis team, the MCOT, that we're a part of too. And I think as some funding goes along, there could be more of those teams, which would help us, just help us as well. We have a peer support and officer wellness program. The peer support is something that's been around for a little while, and that's run by officers and employees, not by us as the command. They go to training, they have the list, the officers know who these people are, and these are peers that they know they can go and talk to when they're struggling with whatever it is, whether it's personal or something at work or anything else. So something we encourage and work at trying to get them the training they need. And we have some options besides the employee assist program for our officers. With this, in this last legislature, there was some legislation and some funding that will eventually be coming down, that we are in the process now of trying to do the groundwork to where we can have a officer wellness program with somebody that we have a contract with, where our officers can go and talk with this person or whoever it is. You know, some of it as part of that program will be mandated. Everybody will have to go. It's amazing, you know, when you tell them they have to go, they're going to complain, but most of them are going to really like being there. But, you know, if you say, hey, here's a resource if you need it, a lot of us aren't going to go, and we all understand that. So those are the things we're kind of working on right now, and hope in the next few months to have some things up and going that are really beneficial for the employees. And it's not just our, you know, the state law even involves retirees, but we're talking about our civilian employees as well as our sworn employees. So it's something that is it's way past due as far as having something come out saying we will do this a little better than what we have in the past. The last thing I had on, at least on here, is just our training center. I don't know if you haven't had the opportunity to get over to the training center, we can make an appointment or set up a time and get everybody over there and get you through that. What we have is just awesome. It's something 25 years old that the council saw fit to give us money years ago. We're pretty much the only ones that have something like this. Salt Lake City can't even say that they have a training center as good as ours. So, I mean, it's an indoor range for firearms. It's a classroom with, we have the laser shoot, don't shoot type scenario room, and a gym there for the officers.
Where is
The
this
mayor wants me to
located?
go through that, so he wants to see how I do.
Where is it located?
Yeah.
It's between the tracks. It's 136 West Vine Street.
Okay.
So if you're
It's where all the police cars turn into?
yeah. Well, no, because on the south side of the tracks is the UTA Police Department, but on the north side, between the light rail and the heavy rail tracks, there's a building on the front, but there's a driveway, and back in the back
Okay.
is our training center.
I always wondered what that was back
Yeah,
there.
that's ours, and then on the other side of that is the power department across the creek. So, but-
Chief, do you ever go to Fair Park,
to the what?
to the fair grounds? You know, the Fair Park. Do you guys ever train there?
Not unless it's some specialized training.
Mm.
We do send, you know, it just depends on what training is going on there, but most of what we do is here in our own.
Yeah, that's awesome. We used to do that when I worked for the state, and that was crazy. I mean, having, you know, the whole fairgrounds, it was kind of crazy training. But that's why I was wondering if
Well,
you,
I think depends on the training, and there's specialized training that the officers do go to. By law, our officers have to have 40 hours
right.
a year. That doesn't sound like very much, which is why most of them have quite a bit more than that. So that's the minimum. And of that, now 16 hours of that is mandated for autism and de-escalation and bias training, stuff like that came out last year. But then we also have our officers are required to qualify with their firearms twice a year. And so we do that there's a quarterly that we do training. And then there's the less lethal stuff that we issue, whether it's the tasers or the OC spray that they need to go and be trained in. So we're doing that. And all of that, every time we have those trainings, most of that training is spent in talking about de-escalation. There's a lot of things you want to get to before you ever have to get to here. And so training is a big deal. So we do a lot of training, which is why we came back looking for the training officer. So thank you.
Chief, do we ever train other municipalities, or do we sublease this location at all?
We don't train them, it's even in here. We have 19 different law enforcement agencies from around the valley that use our training center. And they pay us either by the day, by the officer. And so our calendar is pretty full. We make sure we get ours, but then, we have Sandy, West Jordan, West Valley, state and federal agencies that come and use our facility. And then we use the classroom for a lot of different things. One thing that we've been doing for years is hunter education with the kids. Whether it's about hunting or it's just about trying to interact with young kids about firearm safety, and that's just scary stuff these days. So.
Real quick, would you like to has anybody been there? Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing. The simulator, you think you're really good until you're not. And I thought it was going to be really good and wasn't, but it's really impressive. So it'd be great to set something up to go.
Yep.
You shoot firearm and.
I think we'd love to have you there and have you come over and see it and go through it and give you a chance to kind of see that side of it as of our training, but at least the facility that you're helping us take care of. Like I say, it's 25 years old, so I'm always worried about it's getting a little old, and it doesn't seem like that long ago that we built that, but it's doing well and still holding up pretty good. So.
Are you saying you're going to have something for the CIP?
No, I'm just saying we worry about that. I mean, it has the big air handlers, because part of that with indoors, you've got to suck that air through, and there's always that concern as years go by. That's what I talked with Jeff about. He pays attention to our facility and helps us. This year, speaking of this year, we redid the floor. So we had to have somebody come in, and it's a concrete floor in the range. Had to have that ground down. Then they put a new finish on it and painted it, and then we painted the inside of the building, and we've replaced the carpet a lot, because you got a bunch of teenagers that are in their 40s that forget to spill their sodas or their coffee or whatever. It's always on the floor, and and somebody else will clean it up. It's just like being at home. So it works out pretty good. So.
All right.
That's kind of the report I kind of put together for you. So if you have any other questions?
Just a thank you.
I actually do have a question. Obviously, with everything that happened in Texas and what's currently top of mind again. And I believe we have posted officers at Cottonwood Cottonwood High School and Murray. Do we have posted officers at the elementary schools and middle schools?
We have 4 school resource officers full-time, 1 at Cottonwood, 1 at Murray High School, and 1 at each of the junior high schools here in Murray. So Hillcrest and Riverview. The officers assigned to those junior highs are also responding to and helping with the the elementary schools. So no, we don't have them in the elementary schools. You know, it's one of those things.
I guess my ask is are we pay, do we pay their salaries or do we get reimbursed from the school districts on that? Do you know?
Well,
Okay, so my
we get
question-
a stipend from them.
So
but we
I
pay them.
personally would like to see a proposal in the next COW about what it would take to have an officer posted at every one of our educational facilities, being elementary school, middle school, high school. I just think that we're in a different time now, and I never want Murray to be in that situation. So I would just like to know what it would look like, if that's something that we can understand.
I know we've had some brief discussions on that, and you're talking about $2 million, and there's a lot of things to discuss about that.
Yeah,
you know,
I just think we
probably
need
not the time
to,
of
though. I
now,
think
but-
we need to have the discussion.
I don't think a lack of officers was the problem there. I mean, and the more information to look at it, I'm not opposed to hearing information. I would love just to hear if there's anyone listening we have the benefit of sitting in on the school coordinating council meeting, so we're very aware of how you coordinate with the school district. But do you mind just speaking to that a little bit about how you do work with the district, what that looks like?
Yeah, well, our officers, when they're there, they work for us. We do get, we get some money from Granite School District for the officer that's at Cottonwood, and we get a little bit of money from Murray for the three we have in their schools here. But they work with the administration closely, so they know what's going on. They know the administration at the elementary schools. There's a lot of coordination and training that we do with them. They do with us. We have them. They're part of our selection process when we change a school resource officer. Their administration from those schools sit in on our interviews with our employees who want those positions, and we allow them to have quite a bit of say because they're the ones that are going to be there working with them. And we work with them on talking about security and safety issues at the other schools and how they're secured and locked up. And
And that's one thing about Murray School District. You can't even get into those buildings.
the elementary
they won't
schools are
even let
locked
me
down
in.
and-
I mean, they see my face in the camera. And
Well-
so, but they have cameras on all the buildings, and they don't recognize you. They won't let you in. All the schools have that. So,
I mean, it is something that we worry about constantly. We do train. We do active shooter training regularly. We've done it at IMC a few times in conjunction with them. We do it at Fashion Place Mall every few years in conjunction with them and their security. We'll go in after hours, and it's mandatory for our entire department. We've done it at Murray High School. We've done it at Cottonwood High. So, and we go to the elementaries. We are doing that kind of training. So heaven forbid there's an issue, our officers at least know, here's what we got. We got 2-3 guys we're going in, or whatever it is. It's something, I think it's every parent's worst nightmare. And that includes ours.
I think about it every time I drop my daughters off. Every time.
Any other questions or?
Okay, thank
you so much, Chief. We appreciate you. All right, next up, let's talk about moderate income housing with Zach and Jared. Sounds like a Sunday morning show.
I warned you all that I would be back, so here I am.
We're excited.
All right. So, what we're going to do now, I'm not really going to go over that depressing subject that we had last time about how much it is to afford housing here. So, what I'm going to talk about next is, where we go from here and what the state is asking all the cities to help with. So in 2019, the state adopted SB 34, which required cities to select from a menu of items that encouraged development of moderate income housing. Since then, the state hasn't been happy with some of that, so I believe they've kind of changed. There were some bad actors. Murray is not one of those bad actors. But there have been some bad actors in trying to facilitate that moderate income housing. So In 2022, they passed House Bill 462, which they clarified and expanded some of those menu items, but also moved to create more actionable items instead of encouragement. So, like I said a little bit before, clarifies, some of the highlights, clarifies the requirements. It does require an implementation plan, so that will be specific hardline dates on things that we need to work towards. And then, like I said, amends the strategies. On our side, as staff, we have an annual report that we will be giving to the Department of Workforce Services. I think in the past, Jared's kind of reported to you guys on that in SB 34. That was an old requirement. And then also adds incentives or it's a carrot or stick type of thing. So there's an opportunity for incentives, and then there's also the stick for not complying. So really before you, we have two strategies, even though that says 3 here. So there are 2. The first one is to look at what we currently have, which we talked about a little bit, and I'll go over again here in a few minutes. Option 1 is to take what we currently have, amend those, the way those strategies are worded. They have to be verbatim from what the state requires. So that would be the path of least resistance. And then there's option 2, which is to go through and pick new strategies altogether. That's not necessarily any harder or any easier. It's just a different, if there's a different path that you as the council and the planning commission both, as you as the representatives of the city want to go down a different path. That's something we can look at. Option 3 is the carrot. It's if you decide you want to do more, if you want to add an additional menu item, which we'll get into in a minute, then you get prioritized when looking at state funds. They're called TIF and TTIF. And those are state grants for transit and transportation projects in the city. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to go through the first option to kind of show you what we think. So option 1, consideration. So if we look here, these are the strategies that are currently in the general plan that we have listed. And the ones with the stars next to them correspond with the state strategy closest to that letter. So it would be letter E, which I apologize, I kind of reordered these slides because we're going to kind of go through an activity at the end. So it corresponds with letter E. So if you want to take down a note to remember E, that's one of the options. The next one would be H and then F as well. And then we have another objective in our current general plan, and one of the strategies there would fit in with W. So that would give you 4 out of your 5 that you would have to be required for. However, I will caveat that with there are 2 sections that we have to pick from. So if you guys saw in the packet, I highlighted in blue, you have to pick one of those 3. And then the one in yellow is an automatic pick. You don't get a say in that. I did not pick that. The state picked that for you. So, and I guess here we go. These are the ones that have to be picked. So letter V is going to be in the amendment in the text. We'll get into more of that station area plan stuff later. Some of you will remember we have the Fashion Place West small area plan, the Murray Central small area plan, and those are good, and those will have to be kind of adopted to kind of come into conformance with this a little bit more. I have a longer time frame on that than I do with this one. So, and then we have to pick one of those 3, so either G, H, or Q. As we go forward and looking at these proposals, the ones with the little arrow pointing up, this was after the planning commission discussion, and these are ones that they felt were good for us to go through and research further. So you can see they, out of those three, they favored G over H or Q. So that's just, as we go through the rest of all 24 of these, just keep an eye on that little thing. That means the planning commission gave us advice to go back and research that one as we're doing some. So this is what our current general plan looks like. We have the overall goal with 2 objectives. Those correspond back with these 2 objectives here. And then, so if we just did not the bare minimum, but if we converted some of those to this new language, this is what it would look like. So we would have our overall goal, which would stay the same. And then we would have these 5 different strategies. And then each one of these would have an implementation plan attached to that with kind of outlines of what we would be looking at. If we go with option 2, this is what we have. You have this one that, like I said, the state requires, but then that is up to you with the planning commission making a recommendation and with your guys' input as well. That's why we're before you guys to decide if you want to go this route. So I kind of flew through that part because what I really wanted to do, this was really beneficial with the planning commission at the end of their discussion. After we had a big mess of a discussion, at the very end, we just went through every strategy, and the commission kind of just gave us feedback and said, absolutely not, we don't want this on the table. Don't worry about it. Research this one further. So that's kind of what I would like to do with you guys today. So I'll just jump right into it. So I have the first 4 here. So you can see like B and D, for example, these are items that the planning commission said, yeah, go do some more research and come back to us and explain on those a little bit more. So what I'd like to do is kind of go through each one of these. So letter A, rezone for densities necessary to facilitate the production of moderate income housing. Are there questions on that specific strategy? And
What would that look like?
so that would mean how I interpret it, and it's going to be a lot of my interpretation. And if I'm getting something wrong, I'll see Jared go like this.
Just grab the mic.
Yeah, just grab
Sure.
or just throw it off the table. So for me personally, this means that the city will go in and rezone properties at densities required. Some of you may remember, well, I'm not sure if any of you were on the council in 2010, but they took a large swath of the city and rezoned a lot of manufacturing into the mixed use zone. That was a city-led rezoning effort. Cities don't necessarily do that all the time. A lot of times we wait for people to request to rezone. So this has been done in the past. At least Murray has done this in the past. It has kind of gone in and rezoned for densities. So that's kind of what that would be.
Now, when people hear that, sometimes they hear, we're going to bulldoze your home and build, a quadplex. But that means that
does
we would
not.
rezone it so that if someone with their property wanted to sell or wanted to redevelop it, they would have the
Correct.
flexibility.
Right.
Okay, I just want to say
Yep,
that out
yep,
loud.
Good.
Okay.
Yes, please say those things out loud because sometimes they don't register in my brain. So that's kind of where I'm at for that one. So I'll go through all 4 and then we can kind of have more discussion. So B is demonstrate investment in the rehabilitation or expansion of infrastructure that facilitates the construction of moderate income housing. So this would be, maybe I'll kind of talk about like an implementation strategy for that. Recently, I believe it was the wastewater did a master plan development looking, or not development, master plan update to see where their infrastructure was. If you guys remember the moratorium, a lot of that was based on infrastructure and working with Public Works on seeing if the capacity of our water, sewer, power was good enough to implement that. So what this one I think would mean is that the council or the city writ large is demonstrating some sort of investment in upgrading, upgrading power utilities, upgrading sewer facilities to allow for greater, probably honestly density to allow for moderate income housing. That's what I would get from that one.
So we're already doing a level of this, but
Mhm.
we would need to up our game, more specifically targeted.
Correct. So I'll take all of the, let me back up just a smidge. So we already are doing a lot of things. We have a lot of this. And this is not tailored towards Murray City. This is tailored towards other cities that have not been willing to participate. However, unfortunately, the legislature legislates to the bad actors. So we have to, we still have to respond, and we still have to show that we are working towards something new.
But if we've already done it,
We need to go further.
we need to go further.
Mm-hmm.
Because please. The going further meaning that we have to adopt their language. So let's say, for example, this wasn't one of the goals that we had chosen in the past. It's not on our existing.
I get
Implementation.
adopt their language.
Yeah, so we'd have to adopt their language verbatim, and then we have to adopt also an implementation for that strategy. So that's the going further. So to Kat's point, we're doing some of these things. We looked at infrastructure specifically. We took 6 months and looked at infrastructure between Public Works and Planning and
Right.
tried to decide, is this sufficient for densities that would be created by mixed use zoning, and tried to implement that. We did that already. So now, and then they passed their rules. So if that had been one of ours and we want to keep it, we have to adopt an implementation strategy to keep moving that forward. So we want to choose carefully things that we can do, and not just choose what we've done necessarily, but it would be, that's why our first option is to say, what have we already done and what are we already doing? And can we just adopt implementation for that? Because why not? That's how you get credit for what we're already doing, is adopt an implementation plan moving forward for some of those things. But we're still going to be too short no matter what we do.
So we did the infrastructure for sewer, right?
Yeah. Well, and we actually looked at infrastructure for sewer, for water,
For water.
for power, for
So,
social services too.
but I'm remembering the recent one, which was, I think, was sewer. And with that, we said, okay, by X amount years, we can increase this amount to population.
Yeah.
So now we're saying we'll go back to that and look at our infrastructure and then support additional, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Population
You're right,
growth,
you're right
I'm
on the money.
assuming.
You could take some of the information that we generated during the moratorium and then that master sewer plan update, and you could take some of the dates and targets that they're hitting with those things and the different projects that are coming as a result of those plans, and put them in this MIH plan as an implementation strategy and say, well, we're going to be looking at the possibility of increasing densities that would support would support moderate income housing. But remember that what Zach said is true. When this plan, when the state says support of moderate income housing, what they really mean is density. So if you're talking about sewer improvements in areas that would support multifamily housing as a part of a mixed use, that counts. But that has to be part of a strategy that we put a timeline on, 5 years, 10 years, whatever that is.
That makes no sense to me in terms of, what they mean, moderate income is density.
Generally,
it's
that's generally
not.
the translation is.
Mhm.
There's lots of
Yeah.
other ways to do it too, but in terms of infrastructure, that's what it means. If you're increasing your infrastructure to support moderate income housing, you're talking about infrastructure for density. So the bottom line might be that that's not a great choice for us. That's not one that we maybe want to use, because we're going to do some of those things anyway, and we're going to worry about
Right.
our sewer systems, and we're going to worry about our infrastructure, but we don't necessarily want to. We may not necessarily want to choose that as an option for the updates that we have to make to the moderate income housing plan, because it may not mesh well with what we're already doing.
GL, did you want to say something?
Just real briefly, this is probably a much more in-depth discussion than 30 minutes, but
Yeah.
when you look at the language on this where it says rezone for density is necessary to facilitate, do this to facilitate. Doesn't mean you're going to get moderate income housing.
Right.
They're just saying you need to work towards that. And so to sit here tonight and think we're going to come up with the strategies, I don't think that's very realistic. I don't think that's what the plan is. But there's a lot of moving parts, and there's a lot to keep your eye on. So as we go forward with this, just realize the state is imposing certain requirements on us, and we're doing the best we can to meet those requirements. It doesn't mean we'll necessarily reach what we want to reach when we go through this. So just because you rezone for densities doesn't mean you're going to get what we're trying to get, which is housing that's affordable.
Right. That's
Yeah. And so I'm gonna move on from this one.
so. Is this kind of an overview? We're not.
These are all of these strategies are ideas. These are supposed to be looked at as ideas. And so what I'm asking from you guys are things that you, just from reading them, if it makes you feel uncomfortable and you don't, well, a lot of them are probably going to make you feel uncomfortable. But if there's no way possible that you could see that moving forward, I want that information, because I don't want to waste time and resources on developing something and looking into it if I know that there's no way it's going to be supported.
So one of the difficulties is we're in the committee of the whole,
Right.
where nobody can vote.
Right. They don't need to vote. But if one of them just doesn't like it, they can tell me.
Well, but you need a consensus of the council to go forward with one or anything really. You need them to say to you, a majority of them, yeah, we like that, we don't like that.
Can I make a suggestion in the interest of time then? And this is, what we could do, as Zach mentioned, we did this with the planning commission, and they gave us a couple of ones after looking at all the 29 menu items. Is it 29? 24 menu items that the state gave us, and considering what we already have, that we're already doing, et cetera, they gave us a couple that they absolutely didn't think were good ideas that we shouldn't look into at all. And then, and that's all we're really looking for is, should that just be off the table? So if we tell you what the commission said and you all frown, then you can be more specific. And if we tell you what the commission said and you all seem in agreement, then we'll continue forward with that.
Can I just ask?
That's a pretty simple.
Yeah. I just have a
Roll.
question on a couple of things that I'm just running through my head. So what do we define as moderate income housing? Is there a price point that is the definition of that?
Yeah, it was to that AMI that we
Okay.
discussed in the last
Okay.
one, that 80, 30, 50, and 30.
Okay. And then, so if we rezone to encourage density, which is supposed to bring down costs, but it doesn't necessarily have to happen that way. Is there a way to create a zone that requires moderate income housing that they can, like that you can, there's no way to create a zone where you cap it at that 83rd
What you
percent?
see in the bottom two is the demonstrate investment means you spend money to make sure it becomes moderate.
So we bring the price
City-
down
the
using
city
tax
does
dollars.
that, Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll just go through the ones that the planning commission really liked, or well, didn't like. They just said do more research on. So we talked about B. D is identify and utilize general fund subsidies or other sources of revenue to waive construction-related fees that are otherwise generally imposed by the municipality for the construction or rehabilitation of moderate income housing.
Can I ask a question on that one?
Sure, go
That's not including impact fees, is it?
for it. That potentially could include impact fees.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Yep.
Thanks.
So, yep. Okay, so E was create or allow for and reduce regulations related to internal or detached accessory dwelling units in residential zones. F, zone or rezone for higher density or moderate income residential development in commercial or mixed use zones near major transit investment corridors. Those are your heavy rail or light rail and heavy rail areas. So front runner and tracks. Commercial centers or employment centers. G, which is one of those ones, G and H with those little asterisks are one of the ones that you have to pick one of the three. So G is amend land use regulations to allow for higher density or new moderate income residential development in commercial or mixed use zones near major transit investment corridors. They had us look, or they're having us look into that one.
What's
Eight-
near?
Typically, so this goes a little off topic, but on the transit station area plans that the state is also requiring us to look into. It's a half a mile radius from the transit station.
As the crow flies,
Yes.
or realistically being able to walk?
As the crow flies.
Okay.
Yep. Let's see. So they looked at J, which is implement zoning incentives for moderate income housing units in new developments. This one, I think, is really low hanging fruit for us as the city. We already have something on books, a zoning incentive, but I think we discussed it last time, where I sent you guys the zoning incentive wording of the code, and it was just, so we could easily put that in there and say that, you know, by such and such date, we're working through amending that to make it a little easier. So they chose, they wanted more research on L, M, and N. So here's L, for example: reduce, waive, or eliminate impact fees related to moderate income housing. M, demonstrate creation of or participation in community land trust program. I know that Jared has talked with NeighborWorks, and they're interested in doing things like that. So that could be a possibility, another one that we could put in, and it could be a low hanging fruit there. N, this was really popular with the Planning Commission, implement a mortgage assistance program for employees. I know that West Jordan does this, and I spoke with Brenda about it a little bit yesterday, and we're kind of working through how that might work. We want to see how they do it over in West Jordan, to see if that's something that might be feasible. I'm not going to read this whole one, but this pretty much says partner with NeighborWorks is what it means with in regards to Murray City. And that is, so this, how I would see this is that we would need to probably increase our participation with NeighborWorks. To
Our
kind of meet that.
financial participation.
Potentially, and programmatically,
They have other
yeah.
things that they could do with us that we could add to it and easily add a timeline to it. We're going to begin doing.
Yeah.
I like that idea.
Okay. P, demonstrate utilization of moderate income housing set aside from the RDA money. As you guys know, there are moderate income housing funds in the RDA areas. So it's pretty much saying utilize that money and demonstrate how you're going to implement using that money through different programs or things like that. Again, I think that
Okay.
one's kind of an easy thing to do. So let's see, R. I want to specifically call out this one. They were interested in it, but we don't do it currently. So I struck it through because I didn't know at the time whether we did it or not. And I've since found out we don't do impact fees on ADUs. So it's not even going to be one we really look at. And then obviously V, can't do anything about. W, create or allow for and reduce regulations related to multifamily residential dwellings compatible in scale and form with detached single-family residential dwellings and located in walkable communities with residential or mixed-use zones. So that's the ones, yeah, that they had. I had other funny pictures in here, but it just didn't work. So I have like 2 minutes for questions.
When
Can-
does this, when do you need to submit your response to the state?
Well, October, this needs to, the change to the moderate income housing plan has to be adopted before October 1st.
So we have time, so we can work this out.
Sort of.
Kind of.
Well,
I
I
have
guess
to write
walk
it.
down the,
Yeah,
the
I have to
timeline.
have this for a public hearing at the Planning Commission on August 4th in order to get it to you guys for adoption by September 20th.
okay.
That's my aggressive time frame.
We have July.
So we
Yeah.
have July. I
Yeah.
mean, that seems reasonable to kind of go over some of this a little bit more in depth
Mhm.
versus like really fast.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
this
kinda
is a
get our-
lot.
It
Yeah,
is a
this
lot.
is-
And I mentioned this to the Planning Commission as well. And it's entirely up to you guys as a body. If you guys want to have some sort of potential special meeting or something, you know, talk with them. those powers that be, and we can set aside, you know, I know you guys have done that for MCCD stuff. I'm happy to take some hours out of the day and kind of deep dive this a little bit more, especially as I do some more implementation type strategies. That way I can give you more concrete things of what that might look like.
So what you're saying is to work with the planning commission with us
Well,
together,
n-
or
not ne-
can we
not
not
necess-
meet together?
not necessarily. I wouldn't. We thought about that at one point, but I don't know if that's advisable. But because you guys are separate bodies, but definitely we could set some time with you guys and discuss this if you guys want to have some sort of special meeting to talk about it.
Can you go back to the slide that shows the options, option 1, option 2? Yeah, right. No, two back.
Two more. Further.
Yeah, no, keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, when you had
It's at the
the
very beginning,
The
right?
squares.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, so to put this in perspective, most of the things, and I just want to, this is my plug. The state often does this, and they give us a certain amount of time. Zach mentioned SB 34, but we were doing this for 15 years before SB 34 as well. Many things. We've had a moderate income housing element in our general plan since 2003. This is not news to us, and as to GL's point, we are not going to solve the moderate income housing crisis in this state with what you do in response to HB 440, whatever it is. That's the reality. But can we do things that would be good for moderate income housing? Absolutely. And it boils down to this. We have certain things we're already doing. They match up with lots of the things the state has issued as
Right.
possible menu items. If we match those up and find ways to implement strategies or find implementation strategies that Zach and the team can put together that make sense for you guys as a council and for the planning commission, we basically need to add 2. One of them we don't have a choice on. It is that we redo our station area plans to be bigger and have implementation strategies in them too. So that's a whole other thing. And like Zach mentioned, we have more time to do that. We only have till October to comply with this stuff. So we add implementation to them. We add their verbiage and make sure that works for us, because some of it is a little more aggressive than our statements about what we've done. And we add that other one that has to be chosen from the 5 items. So it can be done. And it's not I want to make sure that you understand that because the timeline they've given us is short. It's not that this is the last bite at this apple, this problem we're ever going to have. We would be doing this with you, whether the state told us to do it or not, because affordability of housing is a big issue for everybody, and we should all be doing it. It's criminal that some of the cities haven't done anything, but there it is. And so the state continues to give us benchmarks we have to hit. But we talk about this on a daily basis, affordability of housing, whether it's the state program or not. So we'll keep bringing it to you, and we'll keep refining this process as we go. But to meet this particular criteria, stay focused on what we can do before October. That's what's important.
quick question. So this, whenever we do approve, because the council does have to approve it, correct?
It'll be an
Okay.
adopted amendment to the plan.
So when we do approve it, this then gets translated into our general plan,
Yes.
which is up when? Is that next year?
Mm,
We restart the general plan in
Okay. So, but that's the goal, is that we would then update it within our general plan. The state would get the information. We're good with the state, et cetera, right?
and we keep on rolling with finding new ways to address the problem outside
Right.
of the state's mandate. We're not going to stop looking at that.
right.
Right. And we've been doing that. Right. Okay.
Yeah,
And
because that's important. I
Yeah.
mean, I think that's important to all of us.
Sure.
So.
And I do want to kind of just end on letting, you know, this was my idea to make sure that you guys have every option available to you. So I apologize that that's so daunting to look at 24 individual strategies. But I wanted to make sure that we go to you guys as elected officials. Yes, we are your staff, but I don't think it's right for us to just pick 6 or 5 and say, here's what you're going to do. Because I feel that you guys know what's best for the community. That's why I give you these huge long lists, is so that you guys can look through them and say, this isn't right for the community. This isn't right for the community. But where are you guys comfortable? So yes, it's really daunting, but that's kind of where I'm at. I just didn't want you guys to be force fed something like some other cities are being done.
Right.
So-
And we appreciate that. Would it be appropriate just with sort of what it looks like all of this process needs to look like? If, I mean, we just gave rough any that we were super against or somewhat interested in, kind of just go down, give those not as any sort of final, but just of in this moment, this is what is on our minds. And could we do this could we dig more into it at the next committee of the whole? Is that possible? I'm just trying to kill Jennifer.
So just because we have some public hearings for budgets already scheduled and noticed, it's going to be hard to add anything to committee of the whole next time.
Okay.
July 5th would be the first time I could get on committee of the whole.
Would that give you enough time if we put a bunch of time aside in that one, or do we need to schedule something sooner?
That should give me time. Yeah, I mean, because I'm not having another discussion with the planning commission right away because they're really busy as well.
Okay.
So it's going to be a little bit for them too.
Okay.
But yeah, so yeah.
What's expected at that meeting?
At the July 5th.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
What would be expected of us?
And I don't expect a decision. I don't expect you guys to adopt something. But what I would like, and you guys can even do this outside of this meeting or any other meeting, if you want to communicate with the mayor's office or with Jared, however you guys communicate through that, is, you know, if one, you just really irks you and you just don't think that's right for the community, just let us know and we can just make sure that we don't waste our time doing potential implementation strategies and coming up with those where we don't. Yeah, I just want to make sure that the time that I'm spending is quality. So.
And me too. I mean,
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
But I also want to know if there are unintended consequences that we should be aware of.
Yep.
You know, given those things. So
Mhm.
we rely on you to kind of
Definitely.
help
And
us with that.
and definitely we have, like I said, there were a couple of them that are low hanging fruit. Jared and I could probably work through that and figure out what we think are the best and easiest to do. And we could probably report that back too.
You guys are going to have to do it.
Yep,
so.
we are.
Right. And
So,
what we're already close or what we're already headed
Yep.
on. So we're
Yep.
not starting from scratch.
for sure.
So let me, I mean, based off of what GL said earlier, is this, if we have it at committee of the whole, do we say, yes, we like this, or even if it's an outside meeting?
We have a-
What's the best strategy for this
So,
next phase?
Yeah, I mean, the idea is that you're going to be saying to staff, this is what we want. And I'd prefer that to be a formal vote than just a nod of the head. It's the same thing. I mean, if you go down the list, the five of you and three of you say yes and two of you say no, then the yes is going to win, right? It's the
Right.
same thing as a vote.
Mhm.
So I'd prefer you come, if Zach's going to come back in a committee of the whole, maybe he and Jared have narrowed it down to what they think can be done in the amount of time we have. And there can be a separate discussion for what isn't going to be implemented in that amount of time, whether it be that night or another night, so that you can say, hey, this is the recommendation from staff.
Can that be at a committee of the whole?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Because
Okay.
they will have
So it just
they
has
will
to
have
be
narrowed it
formalized.
down, and
Okay.
and if you want to change that, then you'd have to come back another time and
Okay.
change it. But the idea that you're going to be able to just give a wink and a nod is the same thing as a vote,
Right.
Right.
ultimately. So,
So really just having the conversations with them.
and I don't think
even
it's
outside.
inappropriate for you to, what Zach suggested, is to communicate with the mayor's office individually or with Jared and Zach individually and say, I've gone over this and I don't like this, I do like that. And they can gather that up
And that might be
and bring it back on the 5th and
Mhm.
say, hey, this looks like the consensus. We're going to move forward with this, or this is what we've done in the meantime. Stop
Yeah.
us if you don't like it, but
I think that makes more sense with time to, like, we had
like
the
that.
packet and the information, but now I feel like we have more context of
Okay.
what that
Right.
decision looks like.
Yes.
So it was like, this is amazing information, but
yeah.
kind of unsure about what the next step was.
Sure.
So is everyone comfortable with that of
Mhm.
taking what we've learned today, kind of digging into it more, and then touching base with the mayor's office to get you that information? When do you need it by to be ready for the July 5th?
Yesterday. No.
yesterday. But I mean, like, end of
if
the
you
week?
guys,
Because I don't think that's unreasonable. We've had this. We have time. We can email.
yeah, I mean, as soon as possible would be great. That way I can start to deep dive into these.
So 5 p.m. Friday.
5 p.m.
I want to
Friday.
set a hard date.
Yeah,
That's
okay. Let's do that.
4:57
Yes.
p.m. because those
Yes.
numbers stick better on Friday. Let's all try and dig in, touch base with that. Does that sound reasonable to everyone?
Can we just touch base with you? Or
Yeah,
That's
do we
that's
have to-
completely yes. I believe you can.
Copy the
but
mayor's
yeah.
office.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mayor, can we just communicate with them rather than having to go through you?
Yeah.
Will you just make sure that we're copied on it?
Just CC.
Oh, yeah.
That's my partner here has suggested that. So
Well,
I just
CC.
have a clarification question just because I want to make sure I understand one piece. So a lot of these talked about investment from the city, and I realize the RDA is not, we sit on it as directors or whatever the different terminology is, but it is a quasi city agency. Does that potentially check any of these boxes when we think of the C is the one that came to mind in particular for me, which was, I believe, investing in rehabilitation of uninhabitable housing. We may have some of that in an RDA zone. And so I'm just wondering, does RDA somewhat check some of these that we would think about?
I think from my discussions with Brenda, I believe that is the case.
Okay.
That you guys could use RDA funds.
Okay. So that might bring some of the other ones into scope then that may have not been on the property groups or the whatever they were called.
Great
Planning
question.
Commission.
Yeah. Excellent.
Okay.
But will you put an event in our shared calendar for Friday so that it's there staring at us? Thank you.
Yeah.
All right,
And I
fabulous.
appreciate it. Sorry to bombard you with so much information.
No, it's great.
Yeah. Awesome.
It is absolutely fantastic. Thank you. All right, next up, we're going to do some reports from Murray representatives who serve on interlocal boards, committees, and commissions. First up, we have Brenda, who serves on UIA. Hi, Brenda.
Okay, so UIA board meeting last time, we approved their tentative budget. Next week, we'll approve their final budget. The good news on that budget is that they are projecting a dividend to the city of $502,000, which will offset some of the Utopia bond payments that we are making for them. Someday we may, they may actually make their own bond payments. They're getting closer and closer. The UIA and Utopia have finished building out Murray City. We are completely done except for some HOAs that have not allowed them to go into their HOA areas. And I don't know why. It's an open infrastructure. You can use any, I don't know why they don't do it like Google where they make the line in your street. They, do it all underground, but they're working on those approvals. So they have 27 service providers and 42,000 residential subscribers right now. In Murray, it's available to 10,000 homes and over 14,000 addresses as businesses. Right now, they have 3,500 subscribers residential, but a lot of the areas were just built out. We're down to a 27% take rate, but I'm sure it will go back up to 35 to 40 as they start adding people, as people decide they're tired of their current internet service providers. And this year, we did get a dividend this year in fiscal year 22. It was budgeted for 78,000 and they gave us 178,000. So they are adding connections at a huge rate in a lot of the cities, and it's doing really, really well. So that's all I have to say. It's finally, their backbone is all in, and now they're getting lots and more customers. So
Yeah, they're in my condo development.
yeah, a
and-
lot of condos. There's a big condo development over on the east side off of 6400, that one street that just goes to 13th East. There's a lot of condos over there that it looked like they are missing. So I didn't even know there were condos over there, but there are.
Huh.
So,
Hmm,
and then there's some
interesting.
others.
I know.
random.
And, yeah, they've been a lot more aggressive, I think, and accommodating. So
Yeah.
it's been really, really helpful. Hooray.
Yes.
Hooray for me.
All right. Any questions?
Any questions?
No?
We'll try and
Okay.
catch you up this way.
Thank you. No, you're great. All right. Next up, let's talk about Valley Emergency Communication Center. Hi, Doug.
Hi. So if it's okay, I'm going to mix things up a little bit that's listed on the agenda, just because I think it might make sense. So the first one I'm going to start with is Utopia, because Brenda just talked about UIA. Like UIA, the board spent a couple of meetings working through the budget, and that tentative budget has been adopted and will be going to a public hearing at our next meeting, which is in June, which is this month. The other item to make you aware of is that the Chief Financial Officer for Utopia, Laurie Harvey, who had been there for several years, retired, and so they did hire a new Chief Financial Officer. It's a gentleman from that used to be the finance director up in Brigham City, so has now taken over for Laurie Harvey as the Chief Financial Officer. And then the only other item that I wanted to talk about on Utopia is a memorandum of understanding that was approved by the board for Utopia staff to work with an organization called the Rural County Representatives of California to help these rural organizations of mostly Central California implement a Utopia-like telecommunications system in California. Right now, there's no cost to Utopia or any of the member cities to do this. They will pay all of the costs. The potential, and it's really early to even be saying this, the potential is that this could be a huge revenue source for Utopia, because there are so many places in these rural areas of California that do not have telecommunications, that if Utopia does like what they're doing in other places, Idaho is the first one that comes to mind, that is a big revenue generator for Utopia, and Utopia ends up managing the network for them like they are in Idaho. This could be a big windfall for Utopia, and of course that certainly goes toward what Brenda just talked about, and that is helping to pay off the bonds and bring dividends back to the member cities. So that's what Utopia has been working on. Any questions on that one?
No, thank you.
All right, so now I'll shift to VEC, Valley Emergency Communication Center. Excuse me. So as you know, and as I've been reporting for the last couple of years, VEC has been trying to improve their call answering percentages. And time is really what they base it on. And at the last board meeting that I attended, VEC is now exceeded the national standard that has been adopted by the state. And during the months of March and April, they are exceeding the 90% answering time, which means that they're answering all calls in 15 seconds or less. And so April, they answered 93.52% of all calls in 15 seconds or less. So I think because of the new software that they've got, the new staffing that has been approved in the budget, and the coordination between other agencies, mostly Salt Lake City, they've been able to now reduce the time that it's taking to answer these calls, which is a good thing for all of our citizens. The other thing that we worked on as a board in VEC was to adopt a budget, and because of so many changes with software and staffing, the budget that you have tentatively approved included a 13.5% increase for police and a 11% increase for fire. And that was included in the budget that you adopted in the tentative budget. So everything that we do at VAC obviously affects our city budget as well. The other thing that the board felt strongly about is VEC did not have a fund balance or a reserve, and has not been operating with a reserve for a number of years. And so with the new budget, they're starting to build up a reserve, and their goal is to get to a 25% reserve for annual operations. So hopefully that'll be a good thing for VEC moving forward. And then the last item that VEC has been talking about has to do with fire departments and the way that they respond. So Chief Middleman has been working with the other fire chiefs to work out a system that has safety as the overriding priority, but will allow Murray City to respond to our Murray area rather than having people come in from other agencies into Murray City, so that our citizens are seeing Murray trucks and staff at the response. Right now, the way that it works is it's based on location. So VEC will dispatch whoever is the closest to the to wherever the call came from. And of course, again, speed is still the most important thing, but the problem is the software doesn't take into consideration a lot of other criteria that the fire departments use. For example, it may be the closest as far as the crow flies, but it may not be the fastest if you have to make a lot of turns and stoplights and things like that. And then the other thing is that Murray has a system that we obviously think is better than everybody else, and the people that respond in Murray are, we believe, better trained and have more experience, and we send the right personnel, where some of the other agencies are not sending necessarily the most qualified people to all of their responses, and they don't always work together. So you can get two agencies working together that aren't used to working with each other. So I don't know, did I represent that well, Chief?
Will you come talk to the mic so they can hear you? Thank you. I mean, we can hear you, but so they can hear you.
I should know better than
Thank
that,
you.
first of all. That's my first comment. But anyhow, we always staff our rigs with 2 paramedics on the ambulance, where some of their rigs will have an EMT and a paramedic. The difference is about 2,000 hours of education on that point. There's a point to why you want 2 paramedics. That would be a little bit longer of a discussion, and I'm up for September, and I will throw that on my docket for the committee on the whole and explain why we do what we do. And that will be awesome. You guys can ask me 101 questions on it then. That would probably be better time-wise anyways. But I'm happy to answer now. I'm always ready for it. So.
The point being is that's an issue that the board is dealing with, and not every city agrees with this concept of sending somebody that's not closest. So we're trying to work through that issue, and I'll have more information and to report the next time I'm up here on future board meetings. So that's VEC. Any questions then on VEC?
Just excited about that huge improvement. That's massive.
Yeah, that's a great thing.
That's awesome.
Okay, and then Metro Fire. Just a quick review. Metro Fire is an interlocal organization of cities that do not belong to the UFA, and so we get together every 3 months and have a discussion about what's going on that's common with the cities that don't belong to UFA, and then we share services resources. And I really don't have anything to report because there hasn't been any really issues going on with Metro Fire. And then, if I may, Mayor Hales asked that I jump to the next one, which is COG, the Council of Governments.
Okay, I'll let everyone know that we are going to do Central Valley Water next time, so we're going to need to move that. Go
Okay.
ahead.
So Mayor Hales asked that I just give a report on what's been going on with COG. And COG is Salt Lake County Council of Governments. And what this is it's mayors from all the cities, the townships, and the county within Salt Lake County. And they get together 4 times a year and they talk about items that they have in common. At the beginning of the year, because there were so many new mayors that were taking office this year, they spent the whole meeting basically making committee assignments. And some of the committee assignments, just so you're aware of what COG deals with, is there are committees with the Wasatch Front Regional Council that the mayors sit on. For example, a regional growth committee, a transportation coordinating committee, an active transportation committee, and a economic development committee that mayors are assigned to. There's a committee that deals with UTA, an advisory board for UTA. There's a committee that deals with public works. There's a committee that deals with zoo, arts, and parks tax, and the TRCC, Tourism, Recreation, Convention, and Culture tax. And then, and so and that's it. So those are the committees that the mayors are assigned to. And just for your information, Mayor Hales is on the Wasatch Front Regional Council Regional Growth Committee, and as representing the city on that. So that was the January meeting. In the meeting last month in May, there was discussion amongst the mayors about UTA and free fare, the possibility of free fares. You probably read in the newspaper that they did a free fare experiment in February, and UTA is doing some additional studies on what offering that, making that an ongoing thing, what that really means. So UTA presented on that, and then there was also a presentation on, and this of course doesn't affect Murray a whole lot, but it does affect people that use Little Cottonwood Canyon, and that's the EIS study that you hear so much about. And they did receive public comments on that, received over 14,000 public comments about what to do up there. And that's, right now the options are bus transportation or the gondola or whatever. And UDOT is sorting through those public comments right now, and eventually we'll have to make a decision. And then the last item on COG is that there was a discussion about law enforcement in Salt Lake County and whether or not the county UPD police are duplicating services that are done by municipalities. And if they are duplicating those services, is there a double taxation issue to our citizens? Are they paying twice, once to Murray and once to the county? And should the county then, if it is a double taxation issue, should they not tax Murray citizens for the services that we provide? And so Chief Burnett did review the services that are being provided by UPD. We did find some instances of duplication, and so we sent a letter off to the county. I don't remember if we included you in that. I think we included you in that email. Did we, Jennifer? I can't remember. Anyway, listing those services that we think are a duplication. So anyway, that was the COG meeting, and that's all I've got unless you have any questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
On the water, is the water person here though to speak, or? I just want to make sure we're not moving it ahead. And
No, I've asked
keep
to
this
have
time.
that.
Okay.
To have
It was
that,
not because of time.
Yeah.
Okay. I was
yeah,
like,
we're
oh
here.
no.
Sorry, no, by request. Yeah. All right, next up, discussion on fireworks. We've got Joey and GL.
Is it okay if I bring that cord up here? Something's gonna shut down. That's right. So I don't sit down when I do presentations too well, so thanks for letting me sit up here. Are you guys seeing almost?
Not
almost?
yet. Oh, you are. Oh, there it is.
Okay. That up on your guys' screens?
Got it.
All right, cool. Thanks for letting us come and talk to you about fireworks, as well as giving you guys the opportunity to ask some questions, or a lot of questions, we'll see. And then also, I know we put on the presentation, it was me and GL, but I also need to introduce our Fire Marshal, Jeff Pulls. You guys have met him before.
Hi, Jeff.
And he'll be able to chime in on anything. Officially, he is our fire code official, which is a great thing. So anyhow, that's what I was serving last year and, in the prior years as that. So as we talk about fireworks and the fireworks in itself, remember our goal is fire safety. And that is my number one goal, is between personnel safety for both our firefighters, our citizens, our homes, our forests, even though we don't have a large amount of forests here in Murray. But if there is anything that I can do to protect those items, just know that that is on the forefront. I have to fall within the guidelines of the fire code and also our Utah legislation, and that's where a little bit of this stuff comes. And so hopefully you guys can be able to ask and I can explain what I know, and what I don't know, hopefully these two individuals do know. Would be awesome. And so as we start off, I need to take us back in history just a little bit for the fireworks, because without the history, we won't know where we came from or how we got here if we ever want to change anything in the future of how I at least read some of the stuff. In 1993, there was some of the original code or legislation efforts made in fireworks. And that was made forth by a lot of the fire chiefs and the fire marshals out there. And they made some of the beginnings. That got largely expanded in 2010. However, you can interpret how it got expanded. I'll let your minds do the imaginations. But all of a sudden, we had aerial fireworks all throughout Utah. And the fire marshals, we were in sheer panic mode. Because what that means to us is falling embers everywhere. And if you listen to our speeches back then, the world was going to collapse because we were allowing aerial fireworks in Utah in the desert. And
that's allowed under regulation.
Yes, allowed under.
I come from a long family history.
Yes.
Of not necessarily following those rules.
Yeah.
So
I would dare say every male individual
a long,
that was a
long
young
family
child
history.
at once.
Yeah.
Females, you guys are so much smarter. Not digging the hole here. So in 2010, we attempted as fire marshals. Now I say we, I won't say my opinion. I actually wasn't in the fire marshal spot in 2010. I was blissfully riding around on an ambulance. It was so awesome. Just going on calls, having fun. Very little paperwork involved. But the fire marshals got together and they were doing a big push. They lost big time. And those aerial fireworks came out, and they came out with a sheer force. Well, in 2018, there was a little bit of discussion because you had municipalities going out and they were doing different stuff, such as KSL this morning had an amazing thing that they had posted. They said fireworks banned in all of Elk Ridge. And that's a town that's south of Payson, up in the corner. It's up in their neighboring town is Woodland Hills, to give you an idea. But it's up in the brush. If a fire took place there, it would 100% run up. And in fact, they had a fire that came over. It was not from fireworks. It was from a prescribed burn that came up and over Spanish Fort Canyon and burned up that whole mountainside. My parents live right there. And that was a big to-do. With Elk Ridge, that isn't a new thing. They've had that every year because their area. Park City as well. That isn't a new thing. They have that every year. Let me kind of fast forward. 2020, we have our large displays canceled. 2021, this is the one that probably was more on the forefront of your minds than any other year was last year, because we had cities banning outright that were not Elk Ridge style cities, but they were. Salt Lake City was one of them. There was a big push in Draper. It was in Holiday, Mill Creek and our surrounding cities. And this is what we want to talk about. So neighboring cities, as far as I know, nobody is on an outright ban of the entire city this year. And we'll talk a little bit about last year. I by no means am here to blame fault or anything about other cities, what they've done in the past or anything there. So, but feel free to ask me those tough questions of how or why. You're not going to offend me. I think my dad gave me some thick skin. So anyhow, essential code to know, and this was effective in 2018. Conflicting local ordinances are prohibited, a county, a city, a township, so forth, on there. We can't have a conflicting ordinance in our city by this. And this is what GL and I, myself and Fire Marshal Poles have worked on with this. On as far as what are they addressing with the conflicting, that's the next, the 53-7-220 on the short title is known as the Utah Fireworks Act. And then with that legislation, below that I put in, if a municipal legislative body, forester or township, and we have the historical, I'm kind of paraphrasing, historical hazards, environmental conditions under subsection listed, we must post these by June 1st. Now, we have posted our restrictions already. However, I know we're late right now for this year, but I want this to be on the forefront. I wish I was in front of you guys in March or February, and we can do this again in March or February. We can get Jennifer on the appointment, so we do this every year. But I will say, not a whole lot will probably change. However, you guys are the city council. Let's talk about this part right here. So here's our Murray City Code. I'm not going to read through this. I'm going to let you guys can read through this, but this is the part that your Murray City Code came from, is this slide right here. Is the top section is the IFC, which is the International Fire Code. And it allows the fire code official, Jeff Poles, to identify the existing hazard conditions and necessitate controls of ignition sources, including fireworks. And then it goes over lighters, sky lanterns, smoking materials, and so forth. Here's the key things that we have to restrict other places. We've got to have existing or historical hazard environmental conditions that exist in a municipality. So those that we've identified so far, for sure, you could take me to court all day long on this and I could protect it for us. It is the Jordan River, the Murray Park, the Wheeler Farm. We can even throw in the areas that we don't list, but the county lists, which would be why am I drawing a blank of the golf course? McRiley Golf Course, as well as I'm drawing a blank on our other section. It's another county property. Oh, it's actually not in our city, but it borders it. It's the strip that goes right up along Vine Street. But a lot of people think that's Murray. So we've identified it on our map as a fire restricted area. It's like 13th East and Vine Street.
And it says 200 feet within those. Is that all those areas, 200 feet from those?
Yep. So we go out 200 feet. So say, for example, 200 feet is far and it's close. It's the same. Fireworks along Vine Street, the houses that back up to the park, there are no fireworks. The houses that go across, now you can argue, all right, you got to count all of their property depending upon it. And then now we start to have some citizens that are like, it's 197 feet. Can I light them in my backyard? But we don't want people lighting them in the backyard, if you understand, because that's next to their neighbor's house back there. At least the street, we don't want them on the street either. That just happens to be where people light them. The good thing is it doesn't land on their house. It's just polluting our streets. So however you take that.
For that,
Yeah.
I've seen the clear signs along the parkway.
Yep.
But I live 3 houses from the parkway, so all my neighbors who are right on it right there, are they notified specifically? I'm not saying they don't know they're not allowed to do them, but like I feel like it's not 200 feet. And if I looked at the signs, I would think I can't do them on the parkway, but I could do them on my private property. Is there a way we let them know beyond them having to go to that map?
So yes and no on that. So there's some ways, such as, it's kind of towards the end of my slide, but I love so keep asking these. Don't feel
Right,
like you
keep
gotta
going.
wait. So we're gonna notify in really 6 different areas that I'll cover, but one of them is signage. So you notice the signs there. The other ones are patrols. And then I'll probably cover a little bit more, but I'm gonna cover those 2 right now. So signs and patrols are kind of the key things. So you're only allowed to light fireworks 3 days before and 1 day after. So from July 1st, am I doing my math right, to July 5th is when you can light fireworks, on the 22nd to the 25th on the 4th of July. And then not a whole lot of people are doing them on New Year's, but you can do them on New Year's Eve as well. All right.
That's
all
the
right.
time. Now I'll tell you, that's the time when we get wild because it's the safest time to light
It
fireworks
is.
off.
I totally
So
agree with you.
we don't do many for the 4th because it's scary. The grass is brown but New Year's.
So I
Come
should
to the
reiterate.
Harakasi residents. It's
I don't
wild.
even pay attention to fireworks on the 31st. Maybe I should. You guys can correct me. And Joey, I want you out there, and we will get people out there. But there are no fires happening from fireworks. Knock on wood, because I
It's
don't know
just
if you
not the
guys
case.
recognize. Sometimes we're in a dry climate. I don't know. It's something to maybe think about.
Okay, so 1.1.2 says within 200 feet of waterways, trails, canyons, and washes.
Yep.
What about the Murray Canal Trail? And I bring this up every year.
Thank you. So if we want to do this, I so wish we would have talked before. I don't have a
I brought it up last year. I brought it up the year before. I brought it
Let's
up.
get this done then. We can
Makes no
adopt
sense.
it for this current firework year. However, we can enforce on that Jordan Canal by the legislation with a little bit more wherewithal. But we can get this going. I don't have a history of fires there, but it does fall within a waterway.
Right.
And so we can adopt that right up along. We're only enforcing on our half because a lot of that borders up Taylorsville. But
No, Murray. The Murray.
Okay,
yeah,
I'm
the
thinking
Murray
the
Canal
Jordan
Not the
Trail.
West Canal,
The
the
Murray.
East Canal.
The canal trail by
Okay.
Wheeler. It goes into Wheeler.
So
Farm.
let's actually throw both of those in there.
Yeah,
do 'em
I've
all.
done
Let's
it
do
for
it.
years, and
Yeah.
they keep telling me we have no history, therefore we can't do anything.
So I don't have any history on fires there. It's not a large, but if you guys,
But it meets that criteria, so it just
No,
makes.
the criteria is it's a hazardous condition, and the hazardous, historically means we have to have proof of fires 2 of the last 5 years before you can prohibit it. Yeah, that's the idea behind this. That's the overriding regulation.
You need a fire before you can prevent them. You've
You've
got
got to
it.
have a fire before you
Okay,
can prevent
I
them.
know you didn't write it.
That's right.
I'm just gonna glare anyway, though.
And this is again, this is up to the fire code official to inform the council if there is such a condition. Then you move forward with the prohibition.
so sorry, I started to mislead you there. I
But
thought I
if
was
it
gonna
says
restrict
but
some
it
more.
does say
Hi.
existing hazardous, does existing mean a fire had to occur, or does existing mean it's dead grass all over the place and they've
So
identified
Existing means the fire code official says in his official capacity, he believes that
And actually,
currently,
I'm recalling a little bit more. We had looked when we originally made the Murray City Code on the Little Cottonwood Creek and Big Cottonwood Creek, and along those areas are the same story. I should have recognized that. That's my bad. So, because I can't restrict those houses that are right along those creeks either because there's no history of it. So I get a little excited when you say, "Hey, we can restrict that area." I'm like, "What canal are you talking about?" But yes.
But it sounds like we can if he identifies it as a risk area.
So yeah, we can.
So it depends on what he considers a risk area. So
what it looks like.
Yeah.
It's not a risk area.
calls.
It's a hazardous
sorry.
environmental condition.
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yep.
if he identifies it, then it can be.
Okay.
So some of those areas we can kind of identify that we have large growth of dry areas, and then we can relook at that and we can go through. Now let's talk about some of the stuff that we can do along with this. We can focus more. Actually, before I leave that, what questions do you guys have about any of the amendments in there, or our Murray City Code, or anything?
It just makes me smile. I live on Vinecrest, which the next house is over, back up to the Skaggs, which then backs up to Wheeler Farm. On my half of the street, we can light off fireworks. My neighbors right across the street
'Cause you
can't.
know
I just find it comical a bit, but thank you for allowing me to light off fireworks. But I always let my neighbors know, sorry, if you want, you got to come over to my half of the street. So that whole thing is very interesting when you look at it. It would seem like a whole street would be based on a street, not based on necessarily a property. Yeah, it's very interesting.
I'll ask a question on code. There were several amendments up this year for the legislature. And it's so hard having the legislative session in the winter, right? Because there's just not that
not the thought.
political will in the winter to do anything about it. But then we get these representatives going to the media and saying, no, it's totally the cities and the counties. Like those cities, you've got all my favorite senators are getting on the social medias and talking to the news and saying cities can do it.
Within the boundaries that they have set.
Well, they don't say that part.
They miss
when
out
they're
that
talking to
last
the
part.
press.
Must be the media blipping it.
Oh, surely, yeah. Was there any? So you said amendments. You're probably talking to our code, but were there any changes this last year that passed?
There
When I
was
looked it up, I
not.
didn't see any, but I thought maybe I missed it. I thought maybe they were couched in like a different named bill, but they weren't. There weren't any.
Yeah, there
Not
was
this
not
year.
any firework amendments that made it anything even past a committee of reviewing it.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything.
Councilwoman Martinez, we couldn't have those people going and spending their money in Wyoming anymore. We needed that tax revenue here in the state.
I grew
And
up in
so
Wyoming, and I
that
still
is
had
the
to
main
drive a whole
driver.
county away in order to blow up
Hey,
my fireworks.
I had
Corona County said no
gone to
way.
Wyoming for decades, so
Sorry, please continue. We'll fight later.
No, that's okay. I actually almost said a little blip that anyhow, yeah, just gotta. So, okay. So things that we are doing that you guys should recognize, and then I assume you guys will want to continue for having us support weed abatement requirements. So we get out there with our weed abatement folks, as well as our code enforcement officials, which are not weed abatement, and we go out before the 4th and we say, will you please mow down your field? Will you please cut down that dry grass? And what that does is it's a preventative measure. We push out, unfortunately, a lot of our properties with some of these struggles are not citizen owned. So since this is a recorded meeting, and I also maybe have some other political officials that could be watching this out there, if you're a part of any city organization, including Murray City, we do a really good job with ours, by the way. Thanks, Danny and Kim, for taking care of ours. But that includes anything from transportation to water, public right-of-ways. You got to mow down your dry grass, man.
The one down on Bullion, the Rocky Mountain Power Line,
Uh-huh.
are they set notices? Because that is weeds.
They are by the state fire marshal.
Okay.
Is who would govern right there. But we communicate with them and then have that. The good thing is we don't quite have the same hazard that California has with the power lines going through we do, just not in Murray City. So some of their big fires are a little bit different with their power lines going through. And let's just hope that we don't have any of those issues, because that's a whole nother set of issues with our mountains. So next one is education through social media and neighborhood visits. I don't know whether they're going to choose to, and Fire Marshal Pulls is in charge of this, along with our Deputy Fire Marshal Steve Roberson is over there. But whether they use the same goofy video that I had made last year, or whether they make their own goofy video. But usually we talk about fires and we talk about mowing down the grass. And then we know people are going to have fireworks out there. The fire chief's message, they are using the same one for last year, which is please just don't do fireworks. The fire marshal's message is, all right, you're probably not going to listen to anything that we say, but at least get a hose, get a bucket, don't put them in your garbage. And I may or may not have done my own neighbor's fire in his black trash can last year.
No.
And,
And it
put it out.
happens regardless of the time of the year.
Uh-huh.
We all went
Oh,
to
you-
bed on New Year's.
Just
And
stop
my
there,
neighbor
Gary.
comes
Just remember
marching
this is
across the
recorded.
street
Just stop
with her
there.
phone and showed me the video of when our fireworks that I thought we'd put out and bundled up all on the side of went up, and it was like 10-foot flames. Had someone been out there? I mean, we went out the next morning. It was just Ash, and I was like, honey, who stole our firework boxes? This is so weird. And our neighbor comes on, and she's like, actually, you had a major fire. So we're very cognizant. We water them all down and everything, but obviously.
Just for the record, I just need to clarify your name is Councilman Dale Cox.
Correct.
No,
Strike that.
strike that.
Oh, my gosh.
No. Sorry, I had to throw a little funny in there. I was going to say you're representing Mayor Brett Hales that was in the county. And then I thought, no, he's too close to me here. He might. So, hey, it is a great story and a lesson to learn, though, on a serious note. So that's why we push that, is because those are actually the majority of our firework fires that we have.
Hey, Joey.
Yeah.
On that, how long do you let the fireworks sit in water before you put them
Overnight.
Overnight.
Yep, that's the easiest way.
Okay.
It's just overnight.
Like,
The key thing is with fireworks, just like a flare, a lot of them are magnesium based, so they're water reactive, and that's why it has to sink. But then until it totally cools off, it can relight.
Oh my
That's the
gosh.
way that they're made. So, yeah, sorry, should have. Oh, great. Now I'm laughing. So
For
all right,
weed
look at
abatement,
that,
I was thinking
second time.
Chief, for weed abatement, I was thinking maybe you should start the Murray City like goat brigade or something where we just lend out animals to go eat people's weeds.
Just remember, I'm from
Joey's
Payson.
face.
It's probably not that far. No, I love it. Next one is our signage on restricted areas. So they'll be along the Jordan River all throughout. It's not enforceable up along the Murray until we get that into code. But we can put along that signage because we can sign anywhere we want in the city. And that is to go to the map with that county website and the Murray City website. And then we also, the key thing is to have PD and fire crews on those nights all be aware, because it's not like these guys go out and they're tested on these legislative bodies. And so we do a little educational base to let our crews know, hey, if you're out there, be kind to our citizens. We do love them. And a lot of them are trying to have just fun and an enjoyable night, but we want it to be safe. And that's the key thing. So we realize a pound of sugar goes a lot further than a pound of sand. And that is definitely well received by so many of our citizens that were out there. I was out there on the streets last year talking with different folks, and they were grateful that we were out there. A lot of them actually heeded some of the guidance that we gave them. Hey, where's your water hose out? Like, you want to be a firefighter. I know you do. So let's just get your hose out and don't allow my fire guys to come and do their job. So, yeah.
Quick question.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Perfect.
Yep.
Have we had any instances with fire on 4th of July or?
That's a great question. Only small weed fires. We've actually never had a house fire that's been lit up, to my knowledge and my research on our current database, because I looked that up. And never have we had a house fire that has started anything more than a gutter fire that's been quickly suppressed. It has not like a whole attic on fire from it or anything. Knock on wood.
Yeah.
Because I'd like this year to not be that year either. So mainly, though, I will say it's because people are out and about.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing.
And I encourage the citizens, especially on this holiday, because of what we're facing with everything, is to go look at some of the events where there will be large firework displays. They have certain safety things that they put in place, and they tend to be cooler than what you can do yourself, to be honest. It may not be as fun as lighting off your own artillery shells, but save that for New Year's as much as you can, because it is a safer time to do that if you absolutely have to. Like I have the firework bug every year, I have to. So, but I would encourage people to really think about that. The big fireworks displays are really, really nice to go to and see at a park or different things like that.
And I will go back to the last question just once, because we did have a larger weed grass fire last year up by the sports mall behind. That one did get carried away as far as pretty quickly, but the fire crews were there, and I was who investigated that fire, and it was from little bottle rockets that were being shot off from a neighboring commercial property and then landed in that grass field. And but those, my first response is, no, that isn't a major fire. It is a major fire to our citizens. So I should reiterate, that is a major fire, but it's not the same thing as a house fire. A house fire puts people out of homes. So long as you're watering your trees up by your house, typically they will not light on fire. So that's a good thing to keep those trees not, if they're dead and dry, cut them down. They're like a dry weed. So.
That's true. Last question, the fire that happened on 9th East in the trailer parks, did we service, or did we send any crews to that?
We did. We actually sent 2 different crews up there. And if I were to compliment our crews on that same note, it is they knocked it out of the park with getting the hydrants for those guys and going in, because other folks did not have the same GIS system that we have, and they didn't know where the hydrants were. And our guys, again, knocked it out of the park.
So I know that's a part of Unified, right? And
it
Unified was, I only know that it happened because Lincoln was getting out of school. And so we were all like, what's that plume of smoke?
Yep.
And it went out pretty fast. Like, I mean, it was, the turnaround I'm sure was super fast, but not unfortunately to the citizens.
Yeah. I don't want to cause anybody stress about where or how they live or anything, but there are certain buildings that are more combustible than others and have less firewalls built in, and mobile homes are unfortunately one of those areas that they have a tendency to have a little bit more of a breeze, and they don't have the same requirements that a residential home has, and they are smaller, so they do go up pretty quick.
Yeah.
So
I had 2 real quick things. Jill, what is the fine if someone's found violating these, or what happens if you're found violating? And then I have one last.
If you look on our ordinance, I believe it's a class. Let's see. Oh, this is from the state law. It's a infraction or a class B. An infraction is up to $1,000 for this. It's usually not $1,000, but the legislature allowed us to go up to $1,000 on infraction, or class B, which is similar.
Okay.
And we could have a class C if they were illegal explosives.
Okay. So like an M80, for example, would be
Yep.
illegal.
Or this is a part that I was avoiding. It's really hard to prosecute a lot of these, which is why in my history of being in the fire service, I've never heard of any fire marshal being able to prosecute now that aerials are arrived. The difference between one that's crossed the border and one that's approved in Utah.
I don't have their sticker on them.
Yeah.
The last thing I just wanted to say, because I don't think we haven't met since, is the pancake breakfast that you all held was fantastic, and wanted just to shout out to all of your team for the great job that everyone did. It was a great time to meet everyone, see the beautiful firehouse that you all have, and I think Rosalba and I, and I'll convince the rest of the council, but we'd love to come and but cook you all dinner sometime, because I think it'd be a lot of fun to come down and meet your guys. So. Your people, excuse me. Thank you.
Oh, please. Thank you guys.
I'm going to ask another question. Sorry. I was waiting for all the fun stuff because I'm not as much fun as Gary. By like I ask my kids, my day job is health and safety. I can, tell you how many kids are injured in all sorts of different injuries off memory, nationally and statewide. So my question, and I have had residents say, but Salt Lake City did it, and did they have litigation? So I'll turn to GL. Did the state come down on them, and what, as the city lawyer, would you say to, but we could just do it and then see what happens, GL?
No, so I can't speak to Salt Lake City, what has happened up there. In your packet you have the state law with highlighted section. So that is the limit of our regulatory authority. How Salt Lake construed that, I can't speak to that. But that's what,
Okay.
that's, in fact, that's what we've put into our ordinance.
Mhm. And if, the state representatives, want us to have local control, they have to do that via state code. They have to rewrite state code to give us that authority.
That's right.
Okay.
Yep.
All
Yeah,
right.
I have one thing to add to that. As a fire marshals group, I was the first vice in our fire marshals group in the state. We were actually approached and then told by the fireworks company, if you guys join together, you will see a lawsuit because you are affecting our bottom dollar. And that's a local business, not here in Murray, but in this valley, that actually owns one of the largest fireworks displays out there. And so that was told by us. So I don't know if that helps.
Thank you. I just
Did that
had to ask.
happen?
Feel better now.
I think they backed off of it, as far as I know.
I mean, were they sued? I think it was.
I think they backed off because it wasn't a blatant. There
Yeah,
were
because
still.
Mill Creek
Mhm.
and Holiday and Salt Lake. And so were they? Yeah.
Because Salt Lake City was the mayor did what do you call it when you get to do things?
An emergency
An executive
declaration.
order. Like when you do things, what do we call that? You do other things.
An
too,
emergency
sorry.
declaration.
But that's why I was wondering, were they sued? Are you aware?
We wouldn't
GL,
know.
were they sued?
Yeah, we don't know. All right. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you so
thank you.
much for all of the information and everything you guys do to keep us safe year round, but especially during your busy season. We
Absolutely.
appreciate you.
Well, Council and Mayor, thank you guys for the opportunity.
Mayor,
to
are we
talk about
having a fireworks display
Thanks,
at the
Joey.
4th of July event celebration? So come to that, citizens,
that.
and get your fireworks in. I'll try my best.
And if
Maybe there'll be
are-
some fountains on Vinecrest.
There you
Now,
go.
no aerials. I've committed this year.
Be careful. We might recruit you for our firework display team,
Just put you to work. Carefully supervised.
Come hang out with us. Actually, all of you guys on the 4th of July display, you guys are welcome. We set up our little motor home, which is the city mobile command unit, and you guys are welcome to come and grab a drink there. It's where the first aid booth is down at the 4th, and please stop by.
Thank you.
And you'll give me a backseat pass to see this
We can't
fireworks
confirm or
display?
deny anything.
Okay, I will be there. I'm like,
Let's get off the public record. Let's close the meeting.
Okay.
All right. If there are no objections, we are adjourned. We'll be back at 6:30. 6:25. Here at 6:25, just some business we have to take care of. So this is our Municipal Building Authority, starting at 6:25. We'll call us to order. You're okay, everyone's here. And we need to start out with an approval of the minutes. Are there any corrections, changes, or I would take a motion to approve the minutes from November 16th, 2021?
I will make a motion of considering the approval of minutes for November 16th, 2021.
I'll second.
Thank you. Do we need to take a roll call or can we do a all in favor? Do all in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Excellent. All right. And then our business item is to consider a resolution adopting the tentative budget of the Municipal Building Authority of Murray City as amended for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2023. And we've given notice, and this is this the public hearing or this is the public hearing?
No,
Okay.
this is
No,
to
this is to approve.
Yes.
This is to approve the tentative budget, and we'll set the public hearing date for
Right. That's okay.
June, whatever the next meeting is.
We're just saying
June-
we are setting a public hearing, and that's just part of this. Okay,
Uh-huh.
sorry. Just wanted to make sure I was clear on where we were at. Okay.
Okay, so I did a really long presentation on this budget. This is the whole budget. It's one page. So the Municipal Building Authority, as you know, is building the new city hall. And then this is the first year that Murray City will be paying rent to the Municipal Building Authority for the new city hall. We will be in the city hall in approximately March. We will pay the whole entire year. We've got some work to do on that, but that will happen. So right now, the budget consists of rent being received of $1.8 million approximately, and interest income of $40,000. And then we make the bond payment of approximately $1.8 million. And then I have in there right now $10 million of building construction. And as soon as our 60 days go through at the end of the year, we will know how much has been done till June 30th, and I will move the remaining budget forward. And by the end of March, we will have spent the remaining amount of proceeds. I'm sure the building is going to cost what we have left to spend. So anyway, so that's the whole budget. And so there's a resolution before you to adopt this tentative budget and set a public hearing date for the next meeting, which is in 2 weeks, which is June. I don't remember what day that is. 21st. That's it.
Any questions or discussion?
No.
All right. If not, I'll take a motion.
I'm going to make a motion that we approve a resolution adopting the tentative budget of the Municipal Building Authority of Murray City as amended for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2023, giving notice and scheduling a public hearing to receive public comment before the final budget is adopted.
All right.
I second it.
Thank you. Brooke?
Aye.
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 Aye. Thank you. All right. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. And we have 1 minute till 6:30.
All right. Good evening. Welcome, everyone. My name is Gary Harekasi, and I am the council member for District 5, and I'll be leading our meeting tonight. I didn't know my first meeting I'm leading is going to be so well attended, so thank you all for coming to see me. I appreciate it. With that, I call to order our meeting for June 7th, 2022 for our Murray City Council, and I have asked our great staff member Patty Johnson to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Patty. Next, we're going to move on to the approval of the minutes. So we have minutes from May 3rd, 2022 and May 17th, 2022. Any amendments to those minutes?
I sent a few corrections already, but they've been taken care of.
Okay. Wonderful. If there's no other edits, then I will take a motion.
I will make a motion to approve the minutes as amended for council meeting May 3rd, 2022 and council meeting May 17th, 2022.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Brooke?
Aye.
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 Aye. All right, moving right along. So we're moving on to our special recognition, which is why you all are here, or most of you are here. So recognition of individuals who took life-saving actions for a citizen at the Ken Price Ball Field. So we will have Chief Middleman presenting. So Chief.
Council, Mayor, and all of the family and support, thank you for coming out here, first of all. It is an honor to be up here. I'm humbled by the efforts that were made, here just a little while ago to save an individual's life. I need to take you guys back on a little bit of a history and a story to get us here today. You go back roughly about 12 to 13 years ago when a young lady, a young mom at home thought, you know what? Maybe I'm going to go do something cool. And this young lady was Danya. And Danya decided to go to nursing school. She worked up north a little while. And then on that north up in Bountiful, she picked up some great experience in an ER and some different CCU areas to where she got to work in the cardiac units. We'll take that and fast forward a little bit to today for her. And she's now working in a post-op unit over at IMC at our local hospital. Has such a great staff, takes her job seriously, trains on an ever-going basis, not only just for post-op care, but for, in this case, as I've viewed on tapes, for cardiac arrest. Now I need to turn some attention to a patient, which his name is Darren, that was affected. Little shortstop, young man, really young. I think he's probably 23 playing shortstop. Not a day over 24 for sure is the way that it is. And retired just a little while ago. Has a history of family members, father and a grandfather passing away from heart attacks. Was down in Lake Powell. I didn't say I jinxed myself, but I was actually down in Lake Powell week as well. And I thought, well, I don't want to come back now. But if I was, I'm at least in great standing with firefighters close by. But he comes back and goes to play softball at a field. Well, during this softball event, he ends up having a heart attack while playing shortstop over at Ken Price. I had that. Sorry. Murray Park, sorry. Murray Park softball, and I messed that up when I was talking with Danya as well, so thank you for correcting. I just wanted to advertise for Ken Price and for Murray Park. So, all right, over at Murray Park, and he's playing shortstop. Well, little does he know, in the background, there's this young Danya, nurse, that has a husband that's like, no, I need you to just come and watch your boys play softball. Her boys, when she's describing it, I'm picturing boys here. No. She has a shift at 4 a.m. She's like, no way, I'm not going to watch these boys play softball. I've supported them all their growing up years. Not a chance. Well, her husband gets her to go watch them go play softball. And lo and behold, she's in blue scrubs, sticking out like a sore thumb. She wants to go out in the very far back. Ain't going to happen. Husband ain't going to allow it. And so he gets her to go sit on the stands close. As she witnesses, all of a sudden, an individual far across, Darren, shortstop, now on the ground. And what appears to be something bad going on. And as any nurse, off-duty paramedic, or off-duty EMT, anybody sees, oh, that's it, I should go the other way. But no, she doesn't do that. She goes right into action. She jumps out of her seat, runs over there. You're talking probably less than 60 seconds. She's over there, and between the fellow ball players, as well as the fellow bystanders and Dania, they start checking pulses. They start identifying our guy here, Darren, he's in cardiac arrest. And at this point, I want to point out a few folks here. So Darren, if I could have you stand up. And this is Darren. So, and then Dania, if you could stand up as well. And then a couple of other folks that may or may not be here. Do we have any of the other softball players here that would have helped or assisted in that time? You can't be too shy, because I couldn't remember. Okay, and if not, they might be out in the background. And they're already standing because they do it best standing. And that's our fire crew, as well as I don't see Officer Bybee out there as well. Thank you, Officer Bybee. So, all right, you guys can sit down and relax and listen to this awesome. This is a fairy tale story here. So as we get into it, hopefully I have a few minutes to go over some of the details. This is the amazing part. So as Dania starts CPR and she organizes, she recognizes one key thing here is that she can't do this alone. CPR is a team sport. And that's why we need each one of you guys and every single one of you guys to pay attention, to get out and do CPR training, to get out and get that CPR cert, or at least just to come and attend a class. They're on the second Tuesday of every single month here in Murray, but everywhere, no matter where you live, somebody is teaching CPR for free. And this is huge because what Dania puts into place is a cycle of CPR. So she goes, then another person goes, and another person goes. Eventually, we have Officer Bybee arrive, and then he steps right into action. So much of an action, as I'm talking to Dania, she doesn't even recognize he's an officer. He blends in so well. He's just like, boom, just going to play. And as we're out and about, eventually our crew arrives, which seems always like a million times longer than it is. As the crew arrives, they just go right into mode and they start cycling through. And that's what the teamwork. So the teamwork that these guys practice day in and day out, Dania and all of everybody else, including our officer, went into play that day. And that is a crucial thing because on CPR, the circulation to your brain is the most important thing. The fact that Darren could just stand up and he's not in the CCU right now on recovery is a stance and a little vision to say what early CPR can do and what early defibrillation. He would have been defibrillated unless, and actually I got to back up a little bit for both the media and for our council and everybody here. The defibrillation is those patches that you put on, an AED. These guys carry one where they analyze the rhythm and they choose whether or not to shock or not shock. They don't listen to the voice box, but they have those that automatically do that out there for the citizens. They're not scary machines. They actually walk you through CPR as well as doing that. We have 14 of those in Murray City. I would encourage every business. I would encourage every, religious organization. If you don't have an AED, it's a great thing to have. And I don't have any stock in AEDs either. That's the other amazing, no, that isn't it. But anyhow, these devices, they don't start the heart, it gives it a chance. What was going on in Darren's heart is his heart was sitting in there and it was just quivering. And what they were doing is CPR, circulating, pumping blood while it was quivering. As soon as the fire guys got there with their AED, what they did is they stopped the quivering. What that quivering is what you guys see in the movie, which is VFib, which is an up and down, just squiggly line. The movies have it wrong. A flat line, you don't shock. A flat line needs the meds and the CPR. These guys got their, defibrillation to stop that VFib. They started the IVs, they started their CPR, and they continued on, and then they gave them a few meds, And that started up that heart again. It gave it the excitement that it needs, because the one thing that your heart doesn't need is a brain to function as far as with that ability neurologically. It has its own automaticity to go there and excitability. What you guys all did was give that heart a chance to not have a single dead cell in there that was going to be essential for you to keep moving on. So fast forward a little bit more. They gave him a heartbeat back. They got him en route. They get over to the ER. The ER at IMC has great treatment. They spun into action. They threw him into the cath lab. What the cath lab is where they go up and they open up different vasculature that's going to crucially save his heart later on. So he got 4 stents, which are little tiny things that expand your arteries on the heart that feed it. And he got 4 of those stents back in. Woke up later on and says, hey, how's it going? What's going on, guys? And then now is here. To have that is just a miracle. Sometimes things just fall into place. They don't always work out that way. But when we have a chance to identify these parts for a larger crowd and to educate society of how important early intervention of CPR, early intervention of defibrillation, as well as early intervention of getting that 911 going, so important. And what these guys do as a teamwork is just awesome. And we want to thank them for everything that they do. So without further ado, I need to present them a few little awards. So if I could bring, actually, let's start with the mayor and Brooke, and let's get Darren up here first, I think. Or sorry, Danya up here first. But Darren, you're going to come up here. Yeah, you're going to come up here with Danya, because I think that's really neat if you can come up with Danya. So, and I'll turn some time over.
Danya? We are psyched. I mean, this is such a cool thing. And, you know, we appointed Joey. That was my first responsibility as mayor. And I thought, you know, we want to get someone kind of shy. And
That was me.
I think we failed. So anyway, he does a great job. But Murray City and the council would like to recognize you for, for all you excuse me.
Oh, great.
I know. I'm not a good one to do this. But anyway, recognize you for what you have done, literally saved a life. So from thanks from Murray City and the council, we want to recognize you.
Thank you so much.
Now, are we going to have her talk too? Okay. So, Joey, can we do some more?
So the other thing that we have are these special recognition coins, the challenge coin. And in this case, it's a challenge to do something with what you have in time of life here. And so we want to offer one of these to Danya, as well as offer one because we need you guys to kind of stay connected. So it might not be a special recognition, but somehow you must have a heart of gold because it's still here, man. So thank you. Thank you so much. So, all right. One big round of applause for them. Are you guys okay standing up here for just a minute? All right. We want to invite our police chief up next, Craig Burnett. And then we've got a special recognition for our officer, and we'll turn some mic over to him.
Brian Bybee. Come on up, Brian. You know, our officers have the basic training, and sometimes they get there and they need to know what's going on and be able to help out as much as possible. So, you know, this, we're giving it to Brian, but there were several other officers that got there after, and we're also part of this. So thank you for your job. Thank you.
Brian, don't go too far. We need you up here for a little group picture as well. You're stuck. Police chief gets to leave. You just got to keep piling in. And one more. Congratulations on the coin as well. Thank you. Just to be clear, whenever I have the chance, you know what firemen and police have in common? They both want to be a fireman. All right. Without that being said, I don't have the audience too much. Last time the mayor's ever going to let me allow. All right. We'd like to invite... we're going to start with the officer of their crew, Officer Russ Jensen, Captain Russ Jensen, come on up. And then I believe we have, paramedic Paul Adams up there. Griffin Conroy. And who else is out there? Do we have, oh, and paramedic Ryan Marble. And who else do we got up there? All right, and listen, your captain called you. And Battalion Chief Dave Florin. Come on up. Did I miss somebody?
Nope, that's it for
Okay.
tonight.
All right. So with these fine gentlemen here, let's actually maybe have you three slide this way. Just for, I'm trying to help you out, media. I know. I'm not great at it, but I'll do what I can. So with these fine folks, again, teamwork is of the essence. These coins we started up just a few years ago, about 4 to 5 years ago, and we hold them dearly to us. And a lot of times we only get to give them out to firefighters out there. It's a pleasure and an opportunity to have you guys join us in having these special recognition coins. I want to also congratulate these guys with theirs on their life-saving recognition. It's not just them individually. We recognize both Dania and her team. She's up here representing all of the bystanders. It's just a lot to put together. We recognize, as Chief Burnett said, all of the police officers. I can't tell you how many times they have spelled us in CPR out there and assisted us. And we recognize these guys as an entire crew and a platoon. Even their battalion chief, even though he comes up here, he still is an intricate part of these guys. And these guys I want to thank in public, and I'll obviously thank them in, at the stations with a special recognition coin. And then here, let me actually, here we go. Marble. And sorry, Chief, you got to get one too. And then also with a life-saving certificate there. And these guys are actually off duty right now. They came in on their day off as well as Dania did and Darren. So thank you so much for your time and effort, because this means more to this young man right here than you would ever know. I've had family members and I've met personal folks. And so I just want to say, Darren, thanks for coming out.
Thank you so much.
And it's an opportunity, family. You guys are so awesome for supporting in council. We don't get to do these special recognitions in front of the council all the time. But when somebody offered this, I said, you know what? I think this one's well worth it. And it's pretty awesome. And media, thank you guys for the opportunity to push a message out there of doing that. So with that said, one big round of applause. Yes.
Okay.
So please.
I just want to say thank you to you guys. I have never been so happy in my whole life to see someone get to me so fast. It didn't feel fast, but it was fast. But thank you. I mean, seriously, you guys, thank you. Thank you for jumping in, because you get really tired really fast, like they said. It was cute because the guys were out and I was on the ground with a couple guys, and I said, do you know how to do this? And they said, no. I said, okay, I'll teach you, as I'm doing CPR. And then I yelled out to the team that was watching. I said, line up. You're going to probably have to help. And all of them were willing to help. And that is what was so cool, is because it wasn't just me. If these guys weren't here and the guys that helped, he probably still wouldn't be standing here. I'm not strong enough and I don't have the endurance. I wish I could say I did, but I don't. But I am so happy. I can't tell you, I am the luckiest lady alive because of him. This has blessed me. I mean, seriously, I am thrilled to have that outcome. And when they put him in the truck, I didn't think he had made it. I looked at my son and I said, he's not going to make it. And I turned my back and I heard someone say, sir, your heart's not doing very well. We're going to take you to the hospital. and I just about died. I thought, oh my gosh, did he wake up? And so that was so cool to think it worked. It worked. And it really worked. And the officer and the fire chief that called me that night to tell me that he was alive, I was so grateful too. Whoever called me, I don't know. But I was so happy to know that. And then I got to meet him, and I am just blessed. So thank you so much for being here. And thank you guys. Thank you so much. And Darren, I keep calling him my best friend because it's just too cool. But thank you very much.
I just first want to tell everybody thank you. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for all those who are involved in saving my life. When I woke up, I just woke up in the hospital with a doctor, and he basically told me I'm one of the luckiest young men who's had a heart attack he's ever seen in his life. He said, I've only seen somebody survive a heart attack like this when these things take place. One, someone took immediate and aggressive action in terms of giving you CPR. They were experienced and knew what they were doing. They broke your ribs as a result of it. And you have the ambulance and those who are involved in paramedics come quickly, and the hospital's close by. And you are fortunate to have all those things come into place, because most people do not survive a heart attack like you had. And I talked to someone just tonight, and they told me, yeah, in his experience in 24 years, it's only happened twice that he's seen it. So I'm just telling you, I'm a miracle, and it's because of people that are here tonight that basically took their responsibility of not just sitting but watching, but actually taking action and saving my life so I can be able to live and enjoy a long life. My doctor thinks that my heart has practically no damage and that I can live a long life, and I plan on doing that now because I have hereditary heart disease, and you heard my father, my grandfather, and great-grandfather all died of heart attacks, but my doctor thinks that I can live a long life now because he went in there and fixed it all. He said, you're lucky now. You have a long life ahead of you. So thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys again so much. So the council can get onto a few other items. We want to welcome media if you guys have an interest in some one-on-one interviews, whether that be with Danya or Darren or anybody else. Then we'll meet you out there in the foyer. Or, well, it's kind of the, what do I call it? Sure. Just the patio out there. And then we'll kind of gather around there, and hopefully the lighting works out well for you. So thank you guys again for the opportunity. So.
Yes, thank you. And anyone who came for this, please feel free to exit as well. And just a reminder that Chief did mention second Tuesday of every month. So next Tuesday, June 14th, there will be a CPR training. And and it's the Chief's birthday, so be there. 48 South Box Elder, so hope to see you all there. 48 South.
Station 81, right? Yeah. Okay.
Be there to
All right.
celebrate the Chief's birthday, if nothing else.
Bring a present.
Turning 21.
And it's next Tuesday. The 14th. No, it was perfect. Thank you. And while everyone else clears out, I want to say to my fellow council members, if you've never given CPR, it is, as she described it, it's one of the hard, I had to give CPR to my father, and it's one of the hardest things you can have to do. And what she did was beyond incredible. So.
So thank you all for that.
All right. We're going to move forward on to citizen comments. So comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Please step up to the microphone, state your name and your city of residence, and then also make sure you see Patty or Jennifer to fill out the required form. So with that, we will open it to citizen comments.
Hello. I have a document that I wrote a number of years ago. I read it in county council. Sorry, my name is Lawrence Horman. My address is.
We're going to close the door. Give it 1 second.
Yes.
And then we'll be able to hear better.
This doesn't count towards my time.
It does not, Lawrence. All right, Lawrence, you can go ahead now.
Okay. My name is Lawrence Horman. My address is essentially where I'm standing at any given time. I am part of the homeless population of this country and this state. I am quite literally homeless, semi-homeless, and if you've seen a picture of what I call home, you'd know why I say that. Anyway, there is a document I wrote called Addressing the Myths of Homelessness. I wrote it a few years ago when I was, shall we say, agitated and upset about the way the homeless were being treated. Not just myself, but a number of other people I knew. I read this in front of county council 2 weeks back. I do not know if it takes 1 minute or two. I will do my best to be quick and concise, but I hope you'll give me some leeway. Addressing the myths of homelessness. 1, the cities and governments and private entities are making us homeless as much as any mental health or job loss issues. 2, we do not want to be homeless and have worked hard not to be. 3, the homeless are left with no choice but to associate with criminals because A, we are treated like criminals automatically just for being where we are, and B, no one else will listen to us when we need something. That is not to say there are not well-intended who listen and try to help, but we need both those in official and unofficial positions to not only listen, but be more open-minded in doing so. 4, most of society sees us, most of society doesn't see us as human beings, but as stray feral animals that need to be avoided for fear of being attacked. If that were true, there would be many more dead and injured people in the world today. 5, despite popular opinion, most homeless people are not criminals, drunks, and drug addicts, and many of those who are such are attempting to go on the straight and narrow, but keep on getting turned away from programs that would help us to do so. However, there are many who are addicts by choice. 6, far more of us work for a living to get by than most of society thinks, and aside from announcing ourselves as homeless, you could not pick us out of a crowd as such. 7, we live in boxes, tents, trees, abandoned buildings, shipping containers, commercial trailers, campers, and RVs, as well as most other alternative forms of shelter because we have no other place to be. Because, and I quote, we don't want them in our backyard. 8, that is okay with us because, believe me, we don't want to be in your backyard any more than you want us to be. And that is why we live where we do, as stated above. Most of us, number 9, do not live in or go to homeless shelters unless we have to because we don't like being around drugs, crime, and fighting that you hear about in those shelters any more than you do. 10, we are the ultimate recyclers and do not appreciate the looks of scorn and disgust thrown our way for scavenging, dumpster diving to find what others have thrown away. May I continue? Thank you.
You can continue.
We are, sorry, I lost my spot. There we go. We are the ultimate recyclers and do not appreciate the looks of scorn and disgust thrown our way for scavenging and dumpster diving to find what others have thrown away unused or repairable that we can't afford to buy but need or want as much as anyone else. 11, we are not criminals just because we are homeless, and treating us as such when we aren't tends to force us into a position of feeling like we need to become one as we are left no other choice to get along on a daily basis. 12, despite popular opinion, you can and should ask us what we should ask us what we need to change our situation and become more productive, functional members of society, because despite the well-known mental health issues that some of us have, even the most mentally unbalanced of us knows what we need to fix our problems, and most of us would do what needs to be done if we felt we could trust others who are in a position to help us to not pull the rug out from under us just as we are getting on our feet. Stop making it necessary to kill ourselves or commit crimes to get your attention. 13, I call on all city, county, and state officials to stop just doing their jobs and start looking for ways they can fill the spirit of the laws intended to keep all of their citizens safe. and find ways to use or change their current laws or put in force new laws to allow them to use the honest, willing, homeless constituent citizens to reduce crime and make their local communities safer for everyone, not just homeowners and renters. Stop apologizing for what you can't do and start doing what you can, using all your influence to push others to do what they can. The more trustworthy cooperation from those in authority we get, the more we'll get done and the faster it will go for everyone. And 14, stop making it too expensive for us to go through the legal processes needed to make suggestions for changes to laws or city ordinances or to get permits to make the good things we do and the good ideas we have to fix the problem. We are both trying to fix the problem we are both trying to cure. Thank you. I will say this one other thing. This is not aimed at any one particular entity or any one group, government or private. It is a basic statement of what people who are homeless see, how we see the world, the things that we've gone through. It's a request. It's begging. One of the few things that we will beg for, to get help in a way that will do some good instead of just being told beggars can't be choosers, take what we hand you and walk away. It needs to be done better than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other citizen comments? Okay, we'll close the citizen comment section. We have nothing on the consent agenda, so we'll move on to the public hearings. So first we will have consider an ordinance amending the city's fiscal year 2021 to 2022 budget. Brenda Moore presenting.
I'll go over this pretty quickly, just as a reminder. So this serves my last amendment of the 2021-2022 budget, which closes in a couple weeks. We're all looking forward to that. Start a new one and start the financial statements again. So the budget amendment includes the following things. I'm going to increase our sales tax revenue budget by $103,500 and allocate it towards $75,000 towards the fire department. We did the Juneteenth holiday. We are going to pay all police officers and firefighters 8 hours of holiday pay. That will actually come out on their next check. And the fire department doesn't have quite enough budget to cover that because of staffing shortages over the years. They've been rehiring from retirements. So I'm going to allocate $35,000 for that, and then another $40,000 in overtime. Because of the staffing shortages, they have run out of their overtime budget, or are going to in the next 3 weeks. $25,000 are going to go to the recorder's office in part-time wages and taxes. Due to increasing the number of hours our passport services are open. These individuals are part-time and they do process enough passports while they are here to pay their salaries and all of the expenses associated with that, along with a big portion of the wages and other costs of the recorder's office. It's a good service for the citizens because the post office doesn't do that anymore. So that's what that one is for. And then I'm sending $3,500 to the HR to cover a math error that I had in their insurance. And it's very simple when you have a 3-person budget and put somebody in as 2-party and they're a family to run out of budget by the end of the year. And I would like not to get written up by the state auditor for that. And then the final and the big one on here is to receive $1 million of ARPA funding for in the wastewater, or in the stormwater, sorry, we already did wastewater, in the stormwater fund, and allocate that for projects. They have one set to go, and this will help them with their cash balance and will help them get this project started a little sooner. It's to, I think, the project they have on the docket for next year is, I don't remember the address, but the street that they're going to work on, they're afraid that it will flood when we get some of our bigger thunderstorms that are starting to happen more frequently now. I think they call it a 10-year storm. So they will start working on that, and it will help their cash balance. They were about to go negative just because of the projects they have been working on. So this will help get them through that, get this project done, and then the fees, as we have already outlined, should catch them up. So this is a good thing. So that's what's in the amendment. Now we just need to get some public comment.
Wonderful. Is there any comments from the council? Okay, at this point, we will open it for public comment, as this is a public hearing. Again, you have 3 minutes. Step up to the microphone, state your name and your residence, and fill out the required form if you have any comments on this piece. Seeing as there's no comments, I'll close the public hearing, and I will ask for a motion, I believe, right?
I would like to make a motion on the ordinance amending the city's fiscal year 2021-2022 budget.
I'll second.
All right. Is there any more discussion? Okay, Brooke, call the roll.
Aye.
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 Aye. All right, and then we'll move on to the second item. Consider an ordinance adopting the transfer of monies from the enterprise funds to other city funds. Brenda Moore presenting again.
I would really like to get away with not having to do a presentation on this, but state law says I have to. So if you have seen this for the last 11 years or however long you've been on the council, I'm sorry, but here we go again. And so for some of you, this will be new information, or maybe not. So this is a public hearing on the transfer of enterprise fund money to other funds. So we take some of the revenues of our power, water, and wastewater fund, only those 3, and transfer them to the general fund. And then it's also a discussion of the administrative and overhead costs, where we take some of the administrative costs, like my office, the finance department, the UB billing, which does nothing but bill for utility services, the mayor's office, the attorney's office, IT, those kind of administrative things, and allocate some of those out to the enterprise funds. So the difference, the transfers out, it's calculated based on a percentage of the enterprise fund's revenue, 8%. For my little house, that I actually did the math, it comes out to $64 a year. I have a little teeny house, bigger houses would be more, of course. It is a shareholder return on investment. Not every city has a power company. Not every city runs their water or their wastewater, for that matter. So it is kind of a return on putting the city dollars into that. It does contribute approximately 8% of the general fund revenue that's coming in. And then the administrative cost allocation, they are calculated based on a percentage of the actual administrative costs. They pay for centralized administration, professional service, the finance, the IT, human resources. The estimated cost to the enterprise funds is $4.03 million. So the transfers to the general fund, basically a transfer is movement of cash between and other resources from one fund to the other. You have to approve all funds that are moved between funds, all money that goes between funds, you guys need to approve. The purpose, where private sector utility companies are in business to provide a return on investment to shareholders. Murray City shareholders, taxpayers, and citizens receive this return on investment as a transfer to the general fund. intended to subsidize services which would otherwise require an increase in property taxes. As I stated, it's 8% of revenue. Part of the reason we do these, we have a third of the land or the property within Murray City, which is classified as non-property taxable. It is nonprofits, churches, hospitals, I believe healthcare. Some of the healthcare is non-taxable. So, but they do purchase electricity, they do use our water, and they do use our wastewater. So some of the revenue that they put into the system, and they do need services, even though they are not paying property taxes. So some of the revenue that they put in gets transferred to the, just like the homeowners and the businesses that are also buying electricity and various things. So in the 22-23 budget, you can see the user fee revenues that are projected. And we do only transfer based on actual, not my budget. So if we have another dry year and our water revenue doesn't come in this high, we will not transfer. We transfer based on actuals. So the water fund will transfer out approximately $633,000, wastewater $677,000, and the power fund $2.8 million, for a total of $4.177. And then the chart over on the right-hand side shows you the percentage of their revenue that is going out, just so you can kind of get a visual of how much 8% of their revenue is. So this is where, and you're going to see this slide in various forms tonight, but this is where the general fund revenue comes from. Property tax, which is down at the bottom, is 19%. The transfers in is 8%. If we did not do this, the property tax, that square, the only revenue I really have control over is property tax. It would have to become property tax. So and every year you have to vote on it. We don't play with it. We always use 8%. It falls where it falls. I did do the math because I was wondering, would the property tax increase be more or less than how much I'm paying for my utilities? For my little house, the property tax increase would be twice as much. It'd be $118, and I pay $64. Now, if you have a big house, I did a $900,000 house. Their utility, they're basically putting in $80, because this particular house, for some reason, doesn't have our wastewater. I don't know why. They're over in well, they're not, they have our power and they have our water, but they don't have our wastewater. I don't know how that works, but his property tax would have gone up $401. So I did do the math, just so that people are aware. And then that is, then I have to go through the administrative. This is the state part, that even though we've already budgeted, we always budget it, because we do transfers, we get to tell you about the administrative services allocation. It is supported by a cost study we did in 2012. I find no need to do another cost study. Nothing has changed. We are doing the exact same things as we did before. So it doesn't seem like we should spend $5,000 to $10,000 to have somebody tell us that what we're doing is okay. The departments considered for allocation are the council, the mayor, finance, utility billing, human resources, the city attorney, city treasurer, recorder's office, IT, and GIS. They all get allocated differently and for different costs. The administrative services that we are allocating is $9.1 million. You can see all of the budgets for all of those things that we are allocating out. The biggest one is IT, because most of that is computers. And then on the other table is how it is allocated. The general fund keeps 52.7%. So it just stays in the general fund, and the rest, power is at 19.6. The library is down there at 1.3, so they get $118,000 allocated to them. There are some funds that we don't allocate to because it makes no sense. Golf, basically because they have a negative fund balance right at the moment. And then some of the other smaller funds. We don't allocate to the internal service funds either, because then we get in an endless loop of of allocations and it just doesn't work. And to put that in perspective of who was what, that's a nice little chart to kind of put that in a picture of who is paying what of the administrative fees. And that is it. Anybody have any questions?
Council, any questions?
No, I just want to say thanks for the presentation.
Yes,
It is
appreciate
good
it.
information. We appreciate it.
And with that, this is a public hearing, so I will go ahead and open it for public comment. Seeing as there's none, I'm going to close the public comment and I will take a motion.
I move we approve the ordinance adopting the transfer of monies from enterprise funds to other city funds.
I will second.
Perfect. Any more discussion, council? Okay, Brooke, call the roll.
Aye.
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 Aye. All right, we're moving on to our last item on the public hearings. So a public hearing on the city's tentative budget as amended for fiscal year 2022 to 2023. Brenda Moore presenting. Busy night for you, Brenda.
You can pretty much call the first meeting of June the Brenda Show. It happens every year. Yes, I mean it's just the way it happens.
And we wouldn't have it any other way. Just
Yep.
Brenda's been a great asset to us as we've gone through this budget stuff.
So I thought I would recap some of the budget items, and then I found some slides from a presentation at the GFOA conference, UGFOA conference down in St. George, from a gentleman named Phil Dean. He's with the Kem Gardner Institute. He did a thing on the economics that's happening in Utah and around.
What's GFOA?
Government Officers Finance Association, and the U, put the Utah in front of it, Utah Government Officers. So we go down there and we have presentations by the auditor and, you know, earn our CPE credits to all keep our licenses.
Those acronyms just drive me crazy.
Yeah, I get it. Okay, so this was one of his slides. It was kind of setting the stage for how the economy is doing and what he was thinking the economy is doing. So our economic disruptions are continuing, constraining our goods supply. If anybody has tried to pour concrete lately, they know. It's why all your roads are halfway. They're dug up, they're waiting for concrete. There's massive fiscal and monetary policy responses continue to support strong demand in some areas. Accelerating inflation is spurring interest rate costs. With wages below equilibrium, labor shortages continue and will continue until wages rise. And then I think that means that some people will return to the workforce. I don't know how that works. Utah's underlying economic fundamentals remain quite strong despite challenges, and we do have challenges. It's kind of a graph of the sales tax. As you guys know, every month I send you a little report, and the month year over year was going, I mean, it's averaging about 13. 2 months ago for February sales, it was 20-something% and 30%. The last month it was up 8%. I haven't gotten it yet. It will be, I'm guessing it will not be up nearly as much as it was. People have had to stop spending. But our sales has grown rapidly and our sales tax has. But we have some tax takeaways. The household balance sheets, his thing is very strong overall, but not everyone has benefited, and some are being left behind, as we know. With lower debt obligations, there's some increased capacity to spend, but I think in the last 2 months, it's probably been spent all on fuel. Great uncertainty about when households will spend their savings that they have accumulated. But his biggest takeaways are there is some of the sales tax that will be ongoing revenue. It's probably unwise to plan real budget growth rates like has been experienced in our last few years. And then we're supposed to help you realize that that sales tax is illusionary. It's not. It's out there now, and what we gained this year, we will use for one-time projects next year. Stuff like the armory, the mansion, the theater, the police cars, that kind of stuff that we only need to buy once in a while. His other economic thing was jobs, jobs, jobs. If you want to know why you can't find anybody, there are 33,000 unemployed Utahns and 79,000 jobs. So that's why we can't staff as well as we could. And then his other budget brief, both skilled and unskilled labor is increasingly hard to find. A portion of the labor shortage is due to retirements. Other portions can be expended by real wage increases. And his big takeaway was focus on keeping your productive employees. It's probably much easier than finding new ones. And he's mentioned the taxes again on this slide. It was like that was every slide he was going to do it. And then he did have some warning signs. Consumer sentiment has been dropping and probably has dropped even more with inflation. Okay, now let's get to our budget. A couple reminders about the budget. My best estimate is the city will finish the fiscal year 22 year at around 28.2% in the general fund reserves before the year-end transfer. And then I will do a transfer and move that down to 26%. And we will use those for capital projects and facilities maintenance in the future years. The budget is set to use reserves of $465,000. And it will finish, well, I'm projected to finish the year at 25.8%, which is still good. Used to be 25 was the max. The city will recognize and receive the ARPA funds, $2.8 million, and we'll transfer those into the capital projects funds for future projects yet to be determined. The first bond payment of $1.8 million on the new city hall is being paid in this budget, which means the general fund is making its first rent payment for the use of the new city hall. At the end of the 30 years, the city hall becomes the city's instead of the MBA's. That's just written into or when we pay off the loan, whichever comes first. And we have never not paid off a loan early. Although the interest rate is so low on this one, I'm not sure. Our revenue. There is a $1.4 million or 15% property tax increase in this budget. This equates to a $69 yearly tax increase to a total of $532 on the average residential property assessed at. This is not what you could sell it for, but this is the average that the county assessors said they assessed our residential property at, okay? Which was $523,300. That was up 28.5% above last year, just so you know. It's $5.75 per month. Now, if everybody is thinking out there that your property tax is automatically going to go up because your value of your house went up, the city is only guaranteed, unless we do a truth in taxation, the same dollar amount we got last year. So your value went up, the property or the values of everybody went up, the tax rate will go down and the city will get the same amount of money. Now I am asking for $1.4 million more. They will figure out all the values of the property. They will take what we had last year, add $1.4 million, and then do a fancy calculation, and the tax rate will be what the tax rate is.
So based off of what we approved the last meeting, that's at 15%. Is
Yep,
that correct?
It's 15%. Sales tax, it's not going to continue. So what I did was I went back to 2019, looked at what we had been growing, and just said, we're going to grow. We should have grown 3% a year since then. That's what I budgeted. Hopefully I'm wrong and it was 4%, and then we'll not use reserves, but I can't imagine that it's going to keep growing. I know. I'm pessimistic. Some charges for service in the general fund have been raised due to demand. The charges for services in the water, wastewater, stormwater were increased due to previously approved rate increases. There are no fund rate increases within this budget. So the rate increases you have already done, and all other revenue is budgeted conservatively. Just a quick, this is where your property taxes go. I finally figured out how to do this. It was quite exciting. If you are within Murray School District, 57 cents or 57% or 57 cents of every dollar goes to the Murray School District. 19 cents goes to the Salt Lake County. 16 cents goes to Murray City. We are not asking for an increase in the library. They are at 4 cents, and other, which is the mosquito abatement and the Conservancy, Central Utah water people, they get 4 cents. The ones who run all of the dams in the state, I think, is pretty much what they are. And then outside of where Granite School District is. Granite School District is a little more expensive. They're at 59 cents per dollar. Salt Lake County then is 17% because the school district is higher. Murray only gets 13 cents of your dollar. You have some water and sewer over there, depending on where you live, property tax. And then the Murray Library gets 4 cents. The interesting thing about the library, everybody in the county pays a library. If your city has one, you pay your city library. And if you do not have a city library, you pay the county. Luckily for us, our library rate, property tax rate, is lower than the county property tax rate. So we actually save a little money. It's not a lot. So a property tax increase is needed for these reasons. I think I already stated that when property values increase, Murray is just guaranteed the same plus whatever new growth we happen to have every year. Property tax growth has averaged $109,000 per year since 2018, which is barely 1% of our property tax a year. That doesn't keep up with inflation. The personnel budget for public safety alone, police and fire, has increased 17%, or $3.2 million since our last property and tax increase. That is just the salaries for fire and police. We are not having trouble keeping them. We're finding them now that people are retiring, but there has been lots of upward pressure on their salaries. Other cities have had trouble keeping, they raise their wages, and we have to raise ours in order to keep our, it's a cycle. We are average in our wages for our public safety. In 2018, the last property tax increase was 45%. The city was asked to do more frequent and smaller increases, but due to the pandemic, no increases have been done for the last 3 years. So we're on year number 4. The city is too dependent on sales tax, and within the sales tax, too dependent on cars and trucks, which is not stable. If we hit a major recession, people will stop purchasing vehicles. I've been thinking that they would during the pandemic, but then they bought RVs instead. And luckily we have a couple RV dealerships too. So we need to, this will just shift that mix just a little, not a lot, but it'll shift a little. Some other things, but the personnel, the step plan was funded, 7% cost of living increase was funded, medical and dental insurance increase. The one thing I want to mention is we are continuing to pay the employee portion of the Tier 2 public safety. I didn't mention this before because I didn't realize that we needed to actually pass something on that. You'll see it on the June 21st meeting. Instead of making our employees pay for some of their retirement, we pick it up for them. And there's just the public safety employees, it's 2.59%. All of the other cities do it. Most of all of the other cities surrounding us do it. If we don't do it, there's that other thing that they may leave us for. You would be surprised, but 2.59 is something. We have 5 new positions, including a police officer, a concrete crew. They promised me they will be able to get concrete when they have the crew. We got about 6 weeks left of that shortage, they say. A lead recreation coordinator, the theater manager, and theater tech supervisor, which will come in on partway through the year. We did some adjustments, the fire captains, battalion chiefs, city building official, and building inspectors. And then general fund personnel increased 6%, and the others increased 7% with all of the adjustments that we have done. So there was no change. I did a little math. I adjusted out the firefighter. When they go to California to fight fires, they get a huge influx of cash, or not cash, but reimbursement, rent on the trucks, and they pay all our salaries and our overtime for all the people here and there. So I did the math, and our operations budget is actually staying flat. It didn't decrease, but it also didn't increase. So one thing to note in power is that their purchase power costs budgeted is increased by $2.8 million. They're going to use reserves this year to cover those costs, but they are planning a master plan study. They're going to do a master plan for power, and they are going to do a rate study because they have not had a rate increase since 2011. And the cost of energy with the drought may require us to look at possibly having to do a rate increase. Don't know yet. They got to do the study first. CIP fund, total projects 15.8. The important one that everybody was interested in is the Murray Theater. You can look down the rest of them. The park storage building is going to be important if we ever do anything with that ice rink. They are storing a bunch of stuff over in that area. And then the plan is to turn the old armory into a really cool indoor meeting space, like an indoor pavilion with a kitchen and all that fun stuff and restrooms. I've been looking over there, and that will really flow into that park really nice. Of course, we're funding police cars. Fire equipment is more expensive than police cars, so we're funding them. They always get a little more money than police. We're updating a lot of playgrounds. If you haven't noticed over the last, since we've been funding our CIP plan, they have been funding new playgrounds. Some of that is because they can't find parts for the old ones anymore. They're so old. And then street projects, $3.3 million in street projects, and then ongoing maintenance, and then other projects. So budget overview, very quick. The funds that are using fund balance, that is for capital mostly. And the capital projects fund is supposed to always use their fund balance, so that's why it's going down. The power fund is doing a whole lot of capital, so their fund balance is going down. The general fund summary, which is what everybody always seems to be most concerned about. as I said, we're going to start at 13.9 approximately in fund reserves and end at 13.43. Use $466,000 of reserves. I'm not too concerned about that. We've got enough reserves sitting there. And if the world falls apart, we have a CIP fund that we can stop doing CIP and use that to keep our services at the level that they are. Where our money comes from, that looks very familiar to the one before. I did add some numbers to that. And then just where the general fund money goes. Police is in the one upper corner, and fire. They're the two biggest ones, Parks and Recreation. And then debt transfers out, Public Works. Public Works in the general fund is basically salaries. And some projects, all of the projects are done out of capital projects. Any questions?
Council, any questions?
Great presentation.
Yeah, great job.
Love the
Brenda, thank
dollar
you.
one.
Yeah.
I'm getting better.
Love it.
I want to make a statement. I'm thinking back, and I think I'm correct on this, but you think of every email you've received from Brenda since the pandemic, and she always says, says that I can't believe how our sales tax keeps rising above than what she thought. I don't think you've ever thought that we were going to be above. I know you're very conservative, but I think that's always been impressive that our sales tax have grown all through the pandemic. So
please keep buying.
And the car dealerships, my friends that own dealerships, they've had banner years, so they're doing great.
Not all of us have friends that own dealerships, but it's just the mayor. That's just who the mayor rubs elbows with. And with that, since this is a public hearing, we're going to go ahead and open the public hearing portion. Any public comments? Okay.
Just a request. Brenda, when you do these things, for those of us who are a little less knowledgeable, could you explain the acronyms? Because we look at them and go, huh? Just a request.
Definitely. Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, with that, we'll close the public hearing, and there's no action to be taken on this. We have Truth in Taxation coming up. Let me just double check. Jennifer told me on August 9th. So that is when we will vote on the budget. Anything else in between now and then on the budget? Okay. All right. With that, we'll move on to business items, which there are none. And then the mayor's report and questions. So Mayor Hales.
I just want to say thank you for allowing to recognize Dania. That was really cool. That was a neat experience, and I just think we need to do more of those. Those are awesome. They bring a lot of positivity, which we need in our world. So that's it. So thank you for all you guys do.
Go ahead.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Coming from a couple of constituents. They're just wondering what's happening on the flag, on the Murray flag.
Tammy. Nothing right now. We just really haven't done anything on that flag yet. We've looked at some other flags. I mean, we've looked at flags all through the state. Haven't found a single flag that we even like. So
Do we have to take from somebody else's flag, or
say that again?
Do we get to design our own flag?
Well, we might do what we have talked about, doing a competition.
Oh, perfect.
And allowing maybe even students, or I don't know if it just has to be students, but anybody. So anyway, but we've had a lot going on with this budget, but we have talked about, we have looked at flags, but as of right now, we haven't moved forward.
It's in process. Can I tell them?
Absolutely. Really, we have looked at it probably 10 different times, discuss that. So
okay, we don't want you to forget.
We are not forgetting. Thanks.
The Murray flag. Thank you, Diane. Anything else from the council? Any other things that people want to talk about? And I know Jill told us in a meeting when we were in a training session that we needed to close the meetings with a vote. So I'll do that first thing. He said that's the proper way to do it. So can I get a motion to adjourn our meeting?
I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Is there a second?
at 7:40.
I will second that.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. We're adjourned.